and it's something we have people that are looking at on a regular basis to make sure that, as I said, we're working as sustainably and as efficiently as we possibly can do. This is a little breakdown of the setup of the space that we have here. So 95% of our design is done in-house. We have big R&D departments, and we also do in-house testing. So again, the setup that we have with R&D, production, etc., it makes efficient use of the space, and also we're able to turn around new products very quickly. This is why we bring out one of those new catalogs every 2 years, because Paul Amelick, the founder, is very, very keen on moving products along and obviously working with new technology, new materials that are available on the market, and always coming up with new ideas and new concepts. So the space that we have is set out and laid out as efficient as we can be, and as I said, it allows us to work very quickly when we're trying to bring new products onto the market. Delta Light is a global company. As I said, our head office is over in Belgium, but for those of you that work on international projects, we have very good coverage. So, okay, you may work with the UK office in terms of the design and the concepts, but when it comes to delivering your project, we can normally put you in touch with someone locally who will be able to make sure that you get good coverage local to the project itself. So we have Delta Light showrooms, Delta Light owned showrooms in lots of the major cities around the world, and then we have partner showrooms in lots of other countries as well, lots of other spaces. So again, we have a nice showroom in London. We've been in for a couple of years now. Always very welcome for you to come and join us there. So having so many, such a big catalogue, such a range of products, and as I said, always growing, allows us to cover most different types of projects. Always been known quite a lot for residential lighting, so on Saturday we also have set up a range of talks in here specifically about residential lighting, so if anyone's around on Saturday, please come and join us for those too. A little bit about products as well, so we're all about the detail, okay? So as I said, we're turning around products quite quickly, but it's all about the detail. We need to make sure the materials are right, the technology is right, the efficiency is right, but also that the design of the product has the right look in each instance, so anywhere it's directed, adjusted, this kind of thing, so that we always have a nice finish, a nice aesthetic to the fitting. Always, as I said, working with new technologies, new materials, new concepts. Obviously, being a manufacturer, we have to work with, we do work with the new technology that comes onto the market. It allows us to then make some nice light fixtures to work with that new technology. Finishes as well, so always looking to change the finishes up and come up with different ideas. So following trends as well is obviously something we need to do in the interior design and architectural world. Not just looking at colours and finishes, but textures as well. So we have different faceted finishes, and also our punk range now in the bottom left there. You can see it's an interesting finish. It's been quite popular. Onto a couple of products. So the magnetic profiles, this is something, again, which is proving to be very popular because it's such a flexible system. We have lots of different versions of this now. So we have suspended versions, recessed versions, wide channels, narrow channels, lots of different options and lots of different modules that you can use within those systems. This is one of the ones that we've got here. It's actually in the Delta Light Lounge, which is just round to my left here. So if anyone wants to see this system, please just pop around the corner and speak to one of the team there. They can show you how the modules pop in and out and how easy it is to really customize your installation. So this is a series of linear profiles that you can then set up to your exact requirement to make a complete structure within a building, fed from one point. So obviously you can take the power around the space very easily, and the different modules that go in there allow you to get lots of different aesthetics from that product. So whether it be repetition of recessed downlights within there, or something a little bit more decorative with some pendants, or it's very flexible, very flexible. And we have wall washing modules as well, so lots of different items. It's only it's down to your creativity to come up with a concept using this system. Also some curves, which is new for Delta Light. Normally very straight edge, straight lines. So we've also added some curves in there, a little bit softer edged, also with the magnetic system. This is what I was saying about the different sizes and shapes of profiles. So we've got various ones of these around the corner that you can come and have a look at, little offcuts, and see how they go together, see how they work. And so what I said about the modules, so lots of choice there, again, about the aesthetic of the project. Make sure that we meet your expectation. Lasso, this is another new project. It's a very slimline profile. It comes in straight lengths, squares, and rectangles. Yeah, as I said, it's very narrow, very slim, and it's has a gasketed front there, and the module that goes in there is a miniature LED cluster. So again, given that flexibility to the designer, this is something that, okay, we make it in a straight line, we make it in a square, we make it in a rectangle, but it's again down to your creativity to create different installations of that. So it makes it a special installation, a one-off installation within the space that you're working on. Again, it's open to your creativity. You can also add on the, as I just showed there, the shades as well, the decorative shade, just for a little bit of a more decorative edge, coming in black and also in a gold finish. It opens up to different possibilities, so from commercial through to hospitality through to residential. Fragma, this is the fitting that's above everybody's heads here. This is a new one for us really, because okay, it's track and spots. Okay, what's special about track and spots? Well, throughout the years, Delta Light have always had track and spots, but they've been a little bit limited in okay, if you want to do one thing, you use this one. If you want to do something else, then you have to use a different range. This one here, it starts with one body of a fitting. And you either have the LED cassette there with 2x2, 3x3, or 4x4, so we have the 3x3 above your heads here. And within those, they're always lensed to 14 degrees. So they're always lensed to 14 degrees. And then onto that, you can add any number of different attachments. So it makes it always interchangeable. So once your installation is in place, you can change it as many times as you want, okay? So you can have spreader lenses where you spread the beam up to 27 or 41 degrees. You can put softening lenses on there. You can put flaps, as we have over in the corner there. It's very, very much a flexible system made for difficult commercial applications. Okay, and also dimming-wise, we have 1 to 10, we have Dali, we have wireless, but we also have ones with individual potentiometers attached to them, so you can actually adjust the individual fitting at its source if there's no dimming within the space. So it's quite a flexible system for us. So again, if anyone wants to know any more about that, then please just ask one of the team. I said that the majority of the design work for Delta Light is done in-house, and a lot of it is still done by Paul Ameloot, the founder. But occasionally now, and more so, we look to build partnerships and link up with various different designers. So we've had Tim van Steenbergen, who is a fashion designer in Belgium, worked on a pendant, the Butler by Eric Levy, Pulsano by Dean Skira, and also more recently the XY180 with OMA. So it's always something we're interested in looking at doing, is linking up with interesting design houses or lighting designers. Control Delta, as you walk around the space today, I'm sure that no one's going to talk to you about wireless control of light fittings. We'll see, but this is our version, okay? So the spotlights above your head here, these all have wireless control modules within them. So lots of the different versions that we add now, okay, we can have wireless control modules to individual downlights, we can have fittings that are built in, or we can have special concepts that you want to speak to us about, and we have ways and means of looking at different possibilities with you. Obviously, it's a very popular thing now, and yeah, it's something everybody knows about. So, yeah, what I've shown you here really is just a very small selection of our fittings, but trying to show you that the way we're looking at now, the way we're working and trying to work with our designs is to make everything which is very flexible for you as the designer to work with. So you don't just have to go in our catalog and go, okay, they have this fitting and it only works in this way. You can use different spotlights to achieve different effects with different attachments. You can make different concepts with the magnetic profiles, and you have the things like the Fragma pendants where you make an installation your own. And we're always happy to speak to designers from all industries as to any ideas and concepts that they have that would be useful for Delta Light to know of and to speak about. So that's the end, but also I just wanted to tell you a little bit about a couple of other things that we have going on today. So today and tomorrow we have drinks in the Delta Light Lounge, as I'm now calling it, which is just around the corner. So between 6 and 7, if you want to come and join us for a drink after a long day of walking around the show, then you're very welcome to come and join us. For those of you that are still around, this is a very colourful picture that we put together here. So anyone who's going to come and join us on Saturday and Sunday, we're serving brunch with the, I'm told, very famous rainbow bagels from Brick Lane. So please come and grab one of those. A bit of substance to keep you going. And I said on Saturday we're also running the residential lighting presentation. So yeah, it's a worthwhile join to come and see some of those. And also, if anyone's noticed that our near neighbours who are just in the hall behind me here, it's a company called Adorno, who have put together an installation called Crossovers, which is down as one of the highlights of London Design Fair, where they've brought together independent designers, arts and crafts designers, and being all displayed next door. So it's global designers, and we have supplied the lighting for that as well. So that's another concept, another link up that we're very proud of. And I think it's, having had a look through there this morning, it's very well worth going and taking a look yourselves. Okay, so that's the end of me. Now we can get on to the interesting talks. Give us a few minutes, and then we'll be introducing the first speaker. Thank you. So our first talk today is Daniel Fosbury of Fosbury Studio, a Q&A with Helen Ankers of Dark Magazine.
Good morning, everybody. Today I'm joined, as Andy just said, with Daniel Fosbury. He's a product designer that's been working with decorative lighting for over 12 years, originally establishing the brand Copper and Silk, and today working under his own studio, Fosbury Studio, which aims to use the finest materials that they can, and with the designs being aimed to be cherished for years to come, I guess. So today we're going to consider the importance of sustainability in design and how product designers satisfy the needs of their clients, respond to changing tastes and fashions, while aiming to be respectful of the Earth's resources. So Daniel, for you, what does it mean to design in a sustainable way, and how do you try to implement this on a day-to-day?
Yeah, I think sustainability is more about less about energy efficiency and more about the long-term use of the material. So if we could make something now and yet still be able to use those materials at a later date to make something new, then obviously that's sustainable. I learned recently that copper has only been 12% of the resources, world's resources have only been used to date since we've been manufacturing copper. And to date, most of that is still in circulation. So it's actually seen as a sustainable element, which surprised me because I thought with the fact that you're mining something out of the earth, which obviously isn't going to be replenished, that would be negative. But because we recycle it so frequently and because it's such a good material to recycle, it's infinite in its recyclability, that can continue. So I tend to use materials that I know can be recycled over and over again, and I try to use the minimum amount of materials in my designs.
Okay.
And that way, when it does come to an end use, it can be taken down into its core components, recycled, and then remade, rather than complicated little bits everywhere.
Yeah. And do you think that's an important element for product design, that we need to try and move away from things? Obviously, everybody's obsessed with plastics at the moment, and using materials like that. Obviously, it is a great product, great material to work with product-wise. But do you think, as product designers, you need to really focus on the materials that you're working with?
Yeah, I think plastic isn't necessarily a bad material. I think plastic is very innovative, and we're doing more and more all the time to work out ways of making it easier to recycle.
Yeah.
I think the problem with plastics is that it's so cheap when you make large scale, and so the massive produced items, which are quite throwaway, kind of ride on gimmicks or trends, they tend to be the ones that we kind of buy quickly, buy for cheap, and then discard very quickly as well. And they're the ones that really are to blame. The plastic itself.
Yeah. It's not.
If we thought about it, really, those more throwaway items, maybe they'd be better if they were using more throwaway materials. I don't know. You know, if it's going to have 2-year lifespan, maybe a material that wasn't based on oil and could be discarded more responsibly. That would probably be a better way of doing it.
Do you think there's an element of re-educating the public and clients, and sort of us changing the way that we shop and changing the way that we specify product? Do you think there's a bit that we need to consider?
I think being designers, we're in a position to be able to control a lot of what happens. I don't think it's fair to say the public should know, because all that happens is the public then ask us to develop. I mean, what's happening now with plastics is that we're all saying we don't want throwaway plastics in our vegetables and our fruit, and yet the shops are still giving us it.
Yeah.
So really, as designers, we should be dictating that a little bit more.
Yeah.
We have the responsibility. We can control things a little bit more than what we do.
Yeah. Okay. And when you begin a new lighting collection, then what are your main considerations in terms of how it's produced, the materials that you use, and does sustainability and respecting Earth's resources play a massive part in that, or is it other factors?
It's still the design.
Yeah.
It still comes with an original concept. I'm trying to create something new and interesting, and I have new ideas all the time. And sometimes that'll be from a new material, sometimes it'll be from a new technique I've seen used, sometimes it's from new technology, and I want to try and incorporate that. So that still comes first. But when I start to manufacture it, because my studio is so small, we design, we build, we assemble, we test, we distribute. Yeah. So every chain of that is important to us personally. So when we do start to work out the actual construction of the light, we do try and keep it simple. If we can assemble it easily, it tends to mean it can be disassembled easily. I work in luxury, which is a very fortunate place to be, because I can afford to give my clients very good materials like solid brass and know that that can be used again later on to be recycled. I think it's harder for the mass produce, but I think they've got a much bigger team behind them, so there's a lot more heads to think of solutions. So yeah, I still work with concept, but at the end there's a thought.
So what about the longevity of product design and you know, having these products that are going to stay around and stay in circulation for a long time? Is that something that you aim to do, or is there an element of it's only going to have so much of a shelf life, and how do you get that balance? Because obviously you need to keep producing product to stay in business.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an unwritten thing that we all design beautiful products to sell for the market, but we all know really we are designing something that will eventually be discarded or not in fashion anymore, and that gives us work for the following year.
Yeah.
If we just design one light and that'll be it, then we wouldn't have any market to work with. I try and design my lights so they are really unique items, that they are well made, that they last a long time. My hope would be that they may be discarded or taken down from their interior because they're not fashionable, but they won't be thrown away because of the actual core elements and the actual quality that is in there. They may just be used somewhere else, or they may go into salvage, and then we see what we've got now. A new life
in it then,
and it comes back. So that's kind of how I try and be sustainable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're open to your lights being discarded in what you're saying in a way. We don't often hear designers talk about their designs in this way. Do you think this is a sceptical outlook or helpful to designing better product?
I don't think it's sceptical. A bit of a cynic, but we have to accept we're designing new products all the time. We're going to be designing something that's going to be replaced. I think that there's actually a lot of thought now behind the fact that things have to be recycled. There's the WE Directive, which is waste electrical equipment, and that started 2012, and that was all focused on the fact that the waste stream from lighting and electrical goods was the fastest growing waste stream in Europe. It was just going into landfill, and a lot of that equipment is full of quite dangerous materials, expensive materials, and so this directive was brought in. And then actually in 2019, it's now open scope that all lighting, including household lighting, has to be all lighting producers, resellers, importers have to sign up to this, so they can, for free for the client, recycle the goods. And I think that's interesting, because what that's doing is it's putting it's forcing the industry to start looking at how to recycle their goods, which I think will actually start to create an interesting aesthetic. I think we might start seeing things more component-based. We might see, large parts of material separated, and that could create something very interesting. Today, the take-up of the WE Directive is quite low. The UK don't really recycle a lot of the goods, even though there is this directive in place. The little little rubbish bin with a cross through it suggests that you should be able to recycle this for free, paid for by the producer. But we don't really use it at the moment. But I think that will change as time goes on.
And it's not something we discussed previously, but it's just come to me. When you're talking to other product designers and stuff, do you get ideas on how you can sort of work in a more ethical, more sustainable way, or what do fellow designers that you speak to regularly also think about it all?
A lot of designers I use, I'm envious of, because a lot of the friends I use, they use wood, and that's obviously nicely sustainable. That's quite easy. I envy them. I tend to use brass, but now I've found out that thing about the copper.
Feel a bit better.
It feels so much better, because it's really nagging me. So yeah, that's the sort of we do talk about it. I'm interested to know whether we will start to recycle in-house more. I recently took a whole bunch of old billets and old turned parts of brass down to the scrap heap, and that paid for a nice night out for the studio. And if we are going to start taking in our own products back later and say to clients, Don't throw it away.
Yeah.
When you're finished with it, call this number. We'll collect it. We'll bring it back, and we'll either refurbish it for you
Yeah.
if it's broken or damaged or needs parts replacing, or maybe we just recycle it and it will pay for its collection in its own right because
Yeah.
the materials we're using are valuable, recycled.
Okay. And going back to specifically lighting, obviously the growing use of LED in product, it was initially introduced more of an energy efficiency thing, but if used, as we discussed earlier, if used in the right way, it can also be quite a sustainable way of lighting. Do you think the lighting sector is already then working quite sustainably? And if they are, how can we take this a step further, in your opinion?
I think directives like the WE directive is more applicable to sustainability. LEDs are efficient. That's about the use once the light's in there. I think LEDs, they're kind of a dark art at the moment. Some LEDs are incredibly sustainable and efficient. There's other LEDs that just use the fact that they're LED to make you think that they're energy efficient.
Yeah.
But when you get into it, the components, the construction of the LED itself is so complicated that I'd question, from birth to death, how sustainable they actually are.
Right.
As part of the WE directive, they've looked into retrofit LEDs lamps. They've said that they need about 10 years to develop a proper way of recycling those.
Yeah.
There's rare earth in them, which is such a small quantity that they don't worry about at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still something that we have to pull out the earth,
and
then we're disposing of. If we start disposing of thousands of them, there's little bits all over the place that we could have really collected at an earlier stage.
Mm-hmm.
So I think LEDs. I don't think LED on the top means good.
Yeah.
I don't think it's environmental. I think we have to be careful, and I think the moulded LED lights, the lights that have everything built in around them, if the LED breaks or the colours start discolouring, then does that mean the whole light gets thrown away?
Mm-hmm.
That seems daft. I mean, the old day of taking out a piece of glass with a filament in it that lit and replacing it with something else,
Yeah.
that almost to me seems better than a complicated electronic piece that then gets thrown away in its entirety and it has to be stripped.
Yeah. So it's something that we really need to consider, isn't it? I guess
think
we move.
I think with the WE thing as well, I think that is going to be more focused. I think LED retrofit or built-in lamps are going to be more examined more closely, and I think we might see again those being compartmentalised and having to be able to take apart are much easier because you're going to start costing the manufacturers money.
Yeah.
So they're going to need to find an easier way of doing it.
Okay. And I'm just going to round up now because I'm conscious of time. But just to close the talk, how do you, in your personal opinion, feel we should move forward so that you can maintain a business but still have a guilt-free conscience?
Yeah, I'm not an expert. I mean, as I said, I justify my design practice because we're luxury, because I make such small amount of products.
Yeah.
They're so well made that they don't break, they last a long time. They hopefully will be seen as antiques or be reused at a later date when the fashion comes back round again.
Yeah.
And I think that's one way for my side of the sector, the industry to work. I think everyone else, like I said, I think probably focus on the ease of recycling and maybe these big organisations will start to collect their items back and recycle them when you reuse them. The technology changes, but that's only normally circuit boards and small parts. Can we not just replace the inners and keep using the outers? I don't know. We have to see what happens.
Yeah. Watch this space.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for listening, everybody.
Thank you.
So our next speaker today is Magdalena Gomez from Electra Lighting on how dark is too dark when living in a world of overly lit areas.
Okay. Click. Excellent. Hi everyone, thank you for coming today. What I wanted to share with you today is more like some of the questions that I'm normally asking when I have a project. And this comes from all my travels that I have to do through work or holidays. Cities like these, they're very easily recognizable, like New York. So you can see it from outer space. It's incredible the amount of light there is in the world, and it seems it's like a competition that everybody is trying to outdo the neighbor. And this is one of the things that kind of scare me when we are lighting designers and we have to work in places like these. How do we respond to that? So I'm really afraid, and we're trying to make a conscious for other lighting designers to design for the appropriate space and how we educate our clients. So we had a clean slate when when Dubai was being designed, and we kind of failed. So when you look at these photographs, just taking randomly from the internet, you can see how much is the light pollution, and everybody's trying to do the rest. How high is the building? How bright it is? It seems that there is not 1 square meter in Dubai that is not lit or overly lit. Are we getting blinder, and that's why we need more lights? So these are kind of one of the questions why we're doing this to ourselves, because it doesn't make a space look prettier. It doesn't make you enjoy the space. And I'm thinking a little back, where is this coming, this fear? Is it because we have it ingrained, like from films, especially film noir, that is showing you that a dark space is dangerous for you? But probably we can change things around if we just question ourselves, well, probably this is not a place that you should be afraid of, but probably could be a space that it could be romanticized, because you can look at it like, oh, a nostalgia of the old times. So on both the left and the right, the photographs are taken from films, but in the center, it's just a regular street. And for me, it doesn't make it dangerous, but people think because it's darker than the rest, it might be dangerous to walk around it. And we have to think really through what we're doing in all the spaces. So this is one of the things that I'm more concerned about, because we come and create our cities, we're displacing the wildlife that naturally lives in here. So it's very random to see a fox running around in London, but actually we are the invaders, they are not. And our lighting is affecting them. Then we have deers, and it's again, we are overlighting highways that they are not used all the time, but we are damaging an ecosystem, the environment for these creatures, we're blinding them, and because what we're doing with the lighting is causing them to die instead of thrive. So we are responsible of what we're doing in the environment. I have been very lucky to work in projects in the Caribbean, in many projects. And one of the first things that I always ask my clients is like, is there wildlife in this area, in the property? What is the natural inhabitants of the place? So many of them, they're not even aware. So I always ask them, is this a turtle nesting area? They always look at me like, why are you asking me this? Like, well, because whatever I do with the lighting is going to affect the turtles. And turtles are an animal that they always come back to the place where they were born. So if you build something like pavement on the beach, they will not have a place to nest the next year when they return, and they will die. And we are responsible for what we're doing. So I normally ask my clients all these questions. Do you have insects in your area? I know it sounds like a strange question to us, but coming from Mexico, I'm used to that. I'm being very lucky to witness the migration of the monarch butterflies coming from Canada all the way to Mexico, when is the time where they reproduce. So we're responsible. If we overlight the spaces, they go around to the brighter areas, and then they die. So it's a responsibility to maintain all these ecosystems. And people will say, oh, maybe a nuisance. But actually, why don't you just take this opportunity to say, hey, this is a resort and it's unique because it offers the opportunity for people to see wild turtles coming here to nest. And then you can see also when the babies are ready to go back into the wilderness. Or just the spectacle of having butterflies or monkeys or whatever is living in the habitat. So I'm always wondering, is like, what is there? I always ask them, these questions, and I make a research. What is the right lighting for this species? Here in the UK, I think most people are not aware, but we cannot use our standard lighting. Like, we always need something customized for turtle nesting areas because they are specific to sensitive to certain wavelengths. So the cooler they get, the more attracted they are because they think it's the moonlight, and the moonlight is their guidance to go back to the sea, so where they can live and thrive. But instead, if we use cool light for our street lighting and it's very close from the beach, instead of leading them towards the sea, we're leading them to the city where they will die. So it's our responsibility, and we have to be very aware where we're working. So it's not like one recipe works for everywhere. So we have to be very sensitive where we are and transmit that to our clients. So I took that opportunity to make a different project. I will explain to you a little bit later. So also, we're living in a world that we don't appreciate nature and the spectacle that it is. Nature has their own lighting show. Come on, you have the Northern Lights. People pay lots of money just to go to the Northern Hemisphere to be witness of these events. But why you have to travel so far to see the Northern Lights when you have dark skies? If you have a dark sky, then you can watch the stars. And there is no sky that is the same here or in America or in China. The sky changes dramatically. And we don't have any more the opportunity to contemplate it because our skies are so polluted, especially here in the city. I don't know if anybody can tell me when is the last time you watched the sky and look at the stars. So it's been a very long time, but I remember my childhood trips going like to a special place near my hometown just to look at the shooting stars. And that was the show. Then also it's like moonlight. We don't need so much light in real life and every day just to take a walk and feel safe. As long as you have the average levels of moonlight, so it's 1 lux, you're able to walk without tripping. You're able to enjoy the nature without feeling like, oh, something's going to come out from the shadows. Like, no, it's just enough to see everything clear. So why we have to have 50 or 100 lux in a walkway when you can have 1 lux that is sufficient? And this brings me to something like, there is a word that is used in Sweden that is called lagom. And it means it's not too little, it's not too much, it's just enough. And I think that's the most beautiful word I have ever learned. Because we are in this world that we always have to think like, oh, you put more because more is more. It's actually no, but also less is not more. So we have to know the balance of what is just the right amount of what we need. Lighting should be an opportunity to guide people. So where do you know you're going if everything looks the same? So you should use it as your guiding. Like, this is a very good example. Where the ship's sailing to, they know where is the lighthouse because you have that only one bright point as a reference. But if you go to Dubai, you will be lost because everything is the same. You should also use lighting as an opportunity to create the spaces. So it means you need a dark space to create a space, if it makes sense. So you use the necessary light wherever is needed, just the right amount, so you can create a good atmosphere, so people can have an enjoyment. We can also use it to embellish and to tell a story, to say, this is where I want to guide people to. This is what I want you to see and focus on things. So it's always telling people a little bit about that. Necessary. As I said before, lagom is just the necessary amount of lighting for what you need to do. For example, this is a project we did a couple of years ago at the entrance of some apartments, and it was all a wooden block of reclaimed wood, so it was very difficult to see. So where do you put the lighting? If you light the whole entrance, it's very difficult that people will see the mailboxes, but if you put the lighting on the mailboxes, people will find them. So it's just giving whatever is enough, sufficient light that people can go up and down the stairs. And it should be lighting just enough to make people feel safe. So, it's like you have the necessary amount of light, so you don't trip, you don't fall. You see if somebody's coming, because obviously we're afraid if we see a stranger approaching. It's nice to see that there is something happening. And this is one of the projects that I have thought so much And I was very thankful to have the architects, the landscape designers, and interior designers on my corner so we could fight brand standards. This was for a resort in the Caribbean. And in the beginning, they wanted to have everything by their standards that was like traditional 50 lux for circulation in an open space, which I think it's a sad thing to do because the island is so dark that you have beautiful spaces, it's so lush of vegetation, you have wildlife everywhere, monkeys, bats, birds, tree frogs, anything. So all these wildlife needs darkness. So we should respect how the area lives already, like all the ecosystems. And thankfully, all the design team were backing us up, and at the end, they were the ones, like the brand was supporting us and say like, yes, you go guys, you can do this. You don't need to design for 50 lux, but if you give me 5 lux and you think that's sufficient, that's fine. So this is what we're doing. Lighting should be also like a space where we can use it for contemplation. We move in such a fast way these days that we always rush from point A to point C, and we forgot that B was in the middle because we are such in a rush that we don't look around. And we should use lighting just for contemplation as an excuse to find beauty in everyday things. It's always like a reason to explore. Have a nice stroll around. If you have somewhere to go that is beautiful and is peaceful, we should find an excuse to do it. But for that, we need lots of darkness. If we have everything super late, you will never find a place like this. And above all, we should be respectful for the environment we are. This is the result of my thoughts for this project in the Caribbean. As you can see, we had a very dark sky, and the little light you see on the top of the photograph is actually the moonlight. But one of the most beautiful experiences is that you can have in the Caribbean is go to swim in this pool with a natural edge. We don't have much of the pool lights because we have all of the rock bottoms, so we put like little fiber optic stars to create the starry effect. But it's beautiful that you go midnight to have a nice swim because it's so hot. You're swimming in between the stars, but when you look up in the sky, you have another blanket of stars above in the sky. And we are responsible of creating these environments. We are responsible of transmitting these messages to our clients, to the developers, and say sometimes much lighting is not better. It's just enough what we need. Thank you very much.
So our next talk today is with Moritz Voldermeyer. He's a light artist, and his talk is called Maximizing the Minimal. Right, let me try to understand the technology. That works very nicely. So my name is Moritz. I run a light studio, or a design studio in London, and we play with light. So our work is in different spheres, like in sculpture, digital art, and sometimes it's also wearable. And in fact, I'm going to start out showing you some wearable projects, and then I'm going to move through things within the space and some more sculpt work. So our next talk today is Karim Asaroglu and Ediri Igamre from Dark Source and The Vessel UK with a talk named The Vessel.
Hello. Oh, maybe I should keep away from the main mic. Thank you very much for being here. So yeah, we're delighted to be here. And normally when Odiri and we meet to talk about something, it takes us about 45 minutes of random talk until we get to the point. So I don't know how we're going to deliver this in 15 minutes, but we'll do our...
Smoothly.
Yeah. It won't be, but we'll do our best. So The Vessel UK, it's actually The Vessel is a product of The Vessel UK, which is an initiative that has been launched and created by this wonderful woman. The Vessel is a crowdfunding-based charity project that was focused to train 30 local electricians in Gambia about lighting design and solar power. And collectively work together to deliver a project in Gambia. So I'll just hand it to now Odiri to explain all these people involved in the project, and it's a collaboration, obviously.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm just explaining two of the organisations on the board. CORI is a youth charity based in Haringey, but works with young people across London. And the Daughters of Africa Foundation grew out of an initiative of CORI's and is registered in the Gambia and works with grassroots organisations that work with young people.
So this is actually also a story of how this project was conceived in North London and went all the way to Gambia. I'm a North London boy. I lived all there for about 8 years now. So our paths have crossed back in 2014 when I volunteered at the Corey. And I've learned lots of stuff from Odiri in terms of youth development and mentoring. I've mentored 2 teenagers over the course of 2 years. It was a transforming experience.
Well, my background is social pedagogy, youth and community development. And Corrie was a charity I founded in 2002. The reason that the charity was founded was definitely in Haringey and across London. There was a lot of terrible situations happening for young people, especially young people from the African and Caribbean community. We were seeing that there was a crisis, seeing lots of young people being kicked out of school, struggling in pupil referral units, having a lot of emotional challenges, and Corrie was founded to create some action. So there were very traditional ways of working with that, which was making sure that there was academic support, making sure that young people learned about their history and ways that they were interested in, kept their interest, ongoing youth clubs, mentoring. Those were the ways that ran right underneath the organizations. They were ongoing projects. But as the young people got older, as they came into their late teens, we found they needed a lot more. And as many of them were African and Caribbean young people, not all of them by any means, but many of them, we came up with the idea of actually reconnecting them to Africa or the Caribbean. So this started by working with young people for over a year and really getting them in touch with not only what their talents were, but what they could do together. So they built projects together, and they designed a three-week program for a school in Tanzania. And that first program began in 2008. And we took 16 young people to Tanzania, and that was the beginning of the Vessel UK journeys. So if you think about that, we were in Tanzania for many years, and then we started working in Kenya. And in 2016, we'd already worked 2 years in the Gambia. And we realized that we needed to do exactly what we'd done in London. We needed to embed the program. It wasn't working, moving around to lots of different places, working with different schools. We needed to be in a local community, as we were in London. We're in London. Corrie's based in Turnpike Lane. We needed to do the same in Gambia. And that's when we, with another practitioner called Pauline Bailey, who's on the right there, we founded the Daughters of Africa Foundation with the focus of growing a team in Gambia that understood its own community and building partnerships outward from that.
And my background is I'm a lighting designer. I've started my career at Spears & Major, and I worked there for 7.5 years. By the beginning of this year, I actually launched my studio, Dark Source, which is driven with environmental and social values. It actually started as a comics in the Art magazine in 2013. It's been going on ever since. And it's always the main aim of it was to look at the light from a darker perspective. So essentially, when you look at two of us, it's easy to assume that this project only consists and started with 2 people. But there's so much love, so many people. We would need 2 hours to basically explain all the people, all the players, all the love invested in this project. My experience of Corey was like, if you go there, you would experience back in 2014, and like, it's such a vibrant, stimulating place, lots of young people, and it was so involved with the community. I knew when Odiri mentioned Gambia, and I've been putting off it because of my professional commitments, I knew that was going to be very much about the community. It was not going to be about, we go there with blazing guns, deliver a project, and come back. So, when our project coordinator in Gambia launched the project, we immediately had 45 young electricians signing up for it, which made me sweat big time because I have no experience of teaching solar engineering. So, how it ended up moving to this location is because we needed a place as a test bed to actually bring the project to life. Otherwise, any training can be forgotten in 2 days' time. So if you'd like to briefly talk about the...
Yes. So this is a small community library set up by a young man called Alaji, who basically was just frustrated by the fact that none of the young people had anything to do, and that if they wanted to study, they had no focus place. So that's how we decided that this was the best place for the project. It also had very poor lighting, and lighting that needed somebody to put money in a meter, which was usually Alaji, who had a very poor salary.
So one interesting aspect of this project to us is how we use social media, not for flashy PR moves. It's about how the fundraising was done. We've reached our target, and thanks to our donors, and also thanks to the network that Odiri established in Gambia. We were able to start the whole planning process 2 months prior. There were lots of talks happening thanks to WhatsApp and coordination on many aspects. By the time we arrived on site, actually half of the job was done, which was quite impressive. So the biggest criticism this project has is, you must have seen images like this. There's a poor African child studying with a kerosene lamp. Yes, 600 million African people, maybe, yes, that's the reality. They cannot access and afford electricity. And it does cause, smoke poisoning, a bad sight. Fire is a really big, serious issue. But then, you would see images like this and they say, voila, this is how we solved it. Is this a condition that you would want at your home place? And why, when it's about people with, underprivileged economic circumstances, then the design ergonomy needs to also, compromise and, drop down. So this is a sketch that was actually produced after the project. It gives an idea about what we were planning to do. 3 simple layers of light, task lighting with a pendant potentially over the table, some vertical lighting with the help of some spots, and maybe lanterns. We didn't know of the lanterns at the time, but we needed some level of flexibility. So these were the images that Alaji has sent us early days, and we thought, if we're lucky, we can get some task lighting through some pendants, get some lighting, create a well-lit, legible space, and also bring all this, the richness and color texture within the books as well. And this was the outside image, and we thought, is there an opportunity to do something a bit more special? There is no street lighting in Gambia, so only the main highways are lit. And we thought it would be nice to have a warm, welcoming glow within the space as well. This is me going crazy on the days leading up to that. Just basically, I need to up my solar game if I was going to teach electricians because they are really experienced people. So my wife was very worried about me, because I converted the flat into a man cave. This is what we were trying to achieve. Only 2 solar panels would be more than enough because sun is given in Gambia. If that had been in London, you would require more solar panels probably. And 2 times 100 watts just provides you with the juice that you need to provide 8 hours of illumination and additional power for other sources. So what is quite an eye-opener is because we had so limited funds, literally going into home base and just get a can 10 quid a pop, and what we wanted to do, we had no money for fancy equipment. We couldn't get integrated LEDs. So we've invested the money in interchangeability and the substitute bulbs because we knew people had to maintain it themselves and the bulbs should be found in the local market. And this was my luggage, and it was, you should have seen the faces of both custom officers on both continents. They were really... One interesting fact to know, if you are working with a registered charity, you can actually take additional 10 kilos of additional luggage, which was very helpful to get the solar panels. About Gambia, and we got 3 minutes. I don't know how we're going to do this.
No, go on. Just go on.
No, you do this thing.
Well, you know, Gambia only has 2.2 million people, but 60% of that are young people. So projects like these are important really for the inspiration and the skill sharing. You know, learning is what they want to do, but they need people with the skills to come and initiate that. So, you know, that's why, and the electricians themselves asked for this project, and that's why it was so wonderful.
It's a wonderful country with, like, you know, you can find yourself one moment in, like, you know, surrounded people, and then one moment you might be able to find yourself, like, you know, in a really beautiful scenery like that. So this is Tijan, our artist, because we badly needed somebody we needed those pendants to feel very local and familiar to the local context. And we've been coordinating, like, you know, months, and then this is the moment that we met, and, you know, what we wanted to do is basically, you know, stick a light fitting in there. What we've only told them is, like, you know, what the scale of it should be and what the transmission rate should be. Lanterns, we just accidentally found them in a second-hand shop, and just like, what better criticism you can do to stick a LED light fitting into that, you know, a big criticism to kerosene burning. So our mission was not just about going there and, like, you know, delivering the training. It was quite comprehensive. It's about theory, it's about practical, it's introduction to lighting design. Also, how do you do documentation once the project is finished, and like, how do you create a portfolio? This is us. So that was, we got hosted by St. Peter's High School in Lemon. We were indoors, outdoors, using all the place. What was really important for us to identify key people within that training who got the knowledge and skill to be able to transfer that knowledge to other people. English is a very, like, well-spoken common language in Gambia, but the thing is, there are lots of people speaking multiple languages. There are Mandinka, Jolo, Wolof tribes of, you know, Gambia is a very culturally rich place. So sometimes you find yourself, you need some people to help you bridge this linguistic and training and cultural issues, and they were actually, you know, did some heroic work. And Gambian electricians are amazing. Like, you know, they're so hands-on. Practicals were just, like, you know, so easy to pass on. And this is Moro, who's been a great coordinator for the entire project. This is our first site inspection coming there. We didn't even know where to put the solar panels. We didn't know what's south-facing. So this is us, like, you know, trying to decide where to put them. And whenever we're looking at somewhere else, so we can see that the, you know, shy people then start asking questions to other people. The knowledge is getting passed on. It turned into an organism which was, like, you know, teaching itself continuously. So we've split the groups in, like, you know, some of them doing the lanterns, some of them dealing with the solar panels, and we've also alternated many times. But you can see that people are finding their niche parts. Some people really like lighting design, and some people like, you know, gravitizing towards the solar engineering. And this was the result. You know, we were really happy, like, you know, obviously the biodegradable nature of these lanterns added a great quality to this place. It felt very natural, and it felt, like, you know, very familiar with the local context, which we were very happy about. The lanterns, either we created places to hang them, either you use them on the tabletops or hang them. There was a very versatile use that involved them. This was our initial concept vision. And this is what we achieved. We were quite chuffed with actually how accurate we got it. This is before and after. What we didn't do is that we didn't demount or, you know, get rid of the old lighting, because it's very important. Solar power needs a lot of maintenance, and our electricians are going to do this job. But the thing is, what happens if the power fails? We could not really let people stay in darkness. So it was very important that they could always go back to the old system as well. So this is a before and after. We're already over time. I'll play one video and we'll wrap it up.
My name is Alaji Ndao. I'm the founder of the Inspiring Youngsters Community Library. The concept of the organization is literacy and community development. because there is no space where students and young people can develop their academics. And the library provides 24-hour services to students of all ages from different parts of the communities up to 5-6 kilometers away from where the library is. Vessel UK and Daughters of Africa Foundation brought in the installation of the light and design / solar power, and it has given the library a new dimension, which enabled us to have 24-hour uninterrupted electricity. And this is definitely one of those moments that we have been yearning for. No more power lost. The coming of the Light and Design project is really going to save us, and the youth will be able to study now 24 hours without light interrupted. It also gives us safety, because in most cases, when the electric goes off, we have the students using candles, and these candles are dangerous. The coming of the solar will bring hope. It will make a great impact for the life of many young people.
This was Alaji's voice, who's the founder of the library, and the footage that actually happens to be from Ebro, who's Odiri's son, who is a very skilled video filmmaker. I'll skip these videos because we already ran out of time. Just to wrap it up, but you can find them on YouTube if you're interested. What I like about this project is, the main question to us was never about just delivering the project. The main question was, what will be left for the community once the project is over? Sometimes I get these messages. I'm still in contact with many of these people. Pami was like one of our trainees, and he wants to now introduce solar lighting to his neighborhood. We cannot think of a better outcome than this. Sometimes also, because now I'm familiar with the local language and the culture, I get messages like this, which really makes me smile. If I had received this before being to Gambia, I would definitely think that there's something awkward. But because the culture is so intimate and at times it's so hilarious, still put a smile on our faces. And we'd like to thank all our donors. This project would not have touched so many lives without their influence. One last thing that was very important to me is that on the last day when we've done the installation and stepped outside of the library, we've realized that the power had gone out in town, but the children did not even notice. They were still studying, and this is how imminent that design can improve lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For our next discussion topic, I'd like to welcome Fabiana from Chapman BDSP, lighting effects in the mental health sector.
Thank you. Hello, thank you, everybody. So it's another different topic. Before you had a very inspiring one. This is more about the mental health and how we can activate a better way, a well-being for the people, for the patients. So let's start with about what is mental health. So mental health, basically, it's a person's conditions that is related to the physical and emotional well-being for the person. So it's very difficult because we can quantify. It's a very abstracted. You don't know how much my emotion is today. I'm freaking out, or maybe I am not. So everyone is got very different. So we can't quantify. So emotional is very, very difficult. The lighting effect is also similar to that. We don't know how much lighting effect can be quantified. How much is lighting? How do we perceive lighting? Everyone's got different ways to see lighting. We've got some people prefer very warm lighting. Some people prefer a very dark, a bit more cool color. So it's also abstractive. So the lighting effect is very similar, and is also very involved with the people's emotional side. Basically, just talking about a bit of the sunlight and the darkness. So we all know about our sun. We also all understand about our evenings. So our sun, when basically the sunlight and the darkness can trigger different hormones in our brain, and they release these hormones in a different ways. So during the day, we have a hormone called serotonin that is released, and this one is our happy hormone. Basically, it makes if we have a lot of daylight, it makes us feel happy, makes us feel more energetic, makes us feel doing different things. At the evening, when it's dark, we have melatonin hormone that is released, and this is the one that is called by the sleepy hormone. So makes us calm down, makes us to try to feel a bit more cozy and ready to go to bed. In terms of, with all this information in mind, a lot of researches have been taken to understand how much this can influence people, especially on the mental health sector. So all the patients with this, and they basically wanted to try to reduce the medication for the patients in the evenings. So they wanted to try to make sure that the patient doesn't get as much, and that they also can calm down to have a better night. So in terms of that, I just put it together, a few researches that is being done in US, in Copenhagen, in Norway. So in different places, they've been working throughout how do we perceive lighting, how do we look at the lighting in terms of to helping the mental patients. So in February in 2018 was done in U.S. Medical Health Center. They had discussing about how much the healthy treatments can be improved by the lighting. So they stated that the white LEDs that is being created, that the one that we use it at the moment, is helping a lot on the hospitals to saving the energy, so they can use it for longer. They can have a lot of different types of lighting and saving the energy. The white LED also improved it on the backlight devices, so they help people with all these devices that they use in the hospitals to understand and that they have this type of different lights. With the results of all these studies, they understand that the blue light that was basically showing here may supreme our melatonin hormones. That is the one that helps us to sleep better. So basically, that if you have a lot of daylighting, we may not be able to sleep that much. So that it causes a lot of different situations with the mental health patients. And so the concerns about that was that can we measure how much this light will interfere on people's health, on the patients. And this is also interferes on our circadian rhythm. The circadian rhythm is basically our body clock. It's just basically explain how we wake up, how we go through our day. That is our normal daylight, and then we just basically follow the sunlight. How this is also, with this changing the light that we have, the artificial lighting these days, how this is also interfere on the mental health patients. So in December, in Norway, was done another research, and they also researched about the orange lighting, how much this orange light can influence the patients. So how much the orange light can really interfere on the treatment of the mental disorders, how much this can help in and changing the people that is thinking, hear voices, or how much these different lights can interfere with that. So the article that they've done in Norway also exposed the same concerns about the blue light. They also explain that we have a lot of the white LED that is giving us a lot of the blue light, and this blue light gave us a much more longer days, so making us to become more energetic, making us a bit more aware of doing a lot of things during the day. So makes us to understand that we don't really spend that much time sleeping these days anymore. So on here, just basically showing about how much this blue light keeps us awake. So since the invention of the electrical lighting, we used to be guided by the sun. We used to all know by understanding how we wake up, how we eat during the day, and how we go to bed. Since it is the electrical lighting, we know from now that we can see on the space that all the Earth is being illuminated. We know that we can work longer. We know we can read longer because we've got all this extra lighting. We can going out and we can be out longer. And in consequence of that, we sleep less. With these studies, they basically talking about all the morning lighting. They were talking about how much we see on the midday lighting, and how is the difference when we have the afternoon lighting. And how much this influences our way to live these days, and how much we are paying a price for to have all this artificial light, all these very colorful ones, how much this influences our way to live these days. They also explain about the natural light, so they're trying to understand how this is important with the mental health patients, how we can simulate our natural lighting. So we know that our morning lighting is a bit more calm. We understand that. We know that if we have a bit more, it's kind of orange. We know that midday we have the blue, so we can be very energetic. We know that we can work harder. Afternoon, we need to calm down again. And the evening is the darkness. So they try to use this, and he tried to create the circadian light studies that was also understand, for example, that in the morning, if you have a brighter lighting for the mental patients, instead of having the orange, you have more blue, so you have more a midday lighting. They are more awake, they are more energetic, they respond better for a morning session. During the day, you have this. They basically explain that the research is that they work better during the day. They do exercise. They learn how to get involved with their day-to-day. But what's happening in the night, when you just slow down having our normal lighting, afternoon, they were basically not calming down. They were all getting very hyper. They were not sleeping, and that was consequence for the hospitals and consequences, more medications. They were needing a bit more, a bit more support. So with all these studies, what they in Copenhagen was develop the circadian light studies. What they did, they tried in a hospital, tried to create that what we call these days, what we use with our clients, the tunable light that we all know about. We all talk about that, and everyone wants to have tunable light in the house and everywhere. But basically what they're trying to do, they created our natural way, having a little bit different from the morning. They try to create a little bit more hyper for them to be able to wake, to be better. You utilize the lighting in the morning, and having the lunchtime, that is our very blue light. And in the afternoon, after 6 o'clock, they change the normal light for orange. So basically what they created, that apparently the orange light helps us to release more the melatonin hormone, the one that makes us to sleep better. So with that in mind, they basically made all the patients after 6 o'clock to calm down more, to have a bit less energetic, and try to make them with all this orange lighting, have a bit more, a better result. They've done that until, so from 6 to 11 o'clock, they have this very orange lighting. After that, the orange light is dim by 25%, so it's still orange, but they still a bit lower. And after that, they try to put it in a very low light, so they don't really have that much, but it's still all orange until in the morning. That's when they swap it, they trigger again the lighting control. And this is the hospital that creates, they've done these studies, and that is in Norway. And after these studies, a lot of other hospitals trying to create it, they are all interested, trying to get involved, try to understand what they've done, what the results are, and they basically found that these results helping a lot of the psychiatry patients, and they basically see a lot of the lighting designers get involved on that for a future projects. They explained that the circadian light in the mental health really helped the situation of the patients, so made the patients change the behavior, they change the way they walk through the day. Also, our analysis on that was basically that all this, the purpose of all these studies was that they improve the mental health sector, helping the patients with illness that is very difficult for us to have it around us, but also helping them to have less medication in the hospital. They improve it on the idea of this, that is recreating our natural way to see the lighting, helping them to have in the night a bit more, a better sleep. So they all result in sleeping better, improving the way they live in their life, and it's just helping a bit more the patients in general. So my conclusion on that is that for us, the lighting designers, that what we wanted to try to do, we use this tunable light in houses, restaurants, in a lot of different projects these days. But the idea is trying to maybe go to a healthy sector and understand what we really needed to do with them, how we can improve the areas that really make a huge difference. So try to explain what they've done in all these different places, and try us to show them that we can try to create also a better way being for all these patients that needs to be in a certain areas. So that is basically my presentation for today. Thank you.
And welcome everyone. So our next live talk today will be done by Laura Calava of BDP. It's about the UCL Student Centre, Creating Diversity with Light. Laura, come to the stage.
Amazing. Hello everybody. So my name is Laura and I'm a senior lighting designer with BDP. Today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about my project, the UCL Student Centre. A little bit of information first about the project. The client was University College London. The architect, Nicholas Hare Architect. Building services, acoustic and lighting were done by us at BDP. And on the screen here you can see the rest of the design team as well. The project value was about £45 million. It was completed in February this year and, happy to say, achieved BREEAM Outstanding. The engineers were brilliant in integrating passive features to reduce consumption of non-renewable resources, which leads to a 35% annual CO2 reduction, which over the 25-year design period of the project will lead to a 867.5 tons of CO2 saved. The building otherwise, it's 5,300 square meters divided over 10 stories. There's over 1,000 seats for learning, and the building is going to be open 24/7. The purpose of the building, as our clients at UCL described it, was to provide very much needed student space for learning, as well as a students' inquiry center. What they wanted was for the spaces to vary in size and in character, everything from individual study to group rooms to more lively social spaces. To give you a little bit of context, the UCL Student Centre, as represented by the red dot on the plan, sits on Gordon Street in Bloomsbury in the heart of London. On one side of the street we have the traditional Georgian Square of Gordon Square, as well as a row of Georgian terraces, all Grade 2 listed. On the other side, we have the modern half of the street with the Bloomsbury Theatre built in the 60s, as well as some university buildings also from the same period, and also the new Bartlett School of Architecture, which was done by Hawkins Brown only a few years ago. If we zoom in further, you can see that the building is positioned very closely to the Japanese garden, so-called, and it's wrapped inside, on one side, by the Bernard Katz building, and then on the front and to the right, the main Wilkins building, which is Grade 1 listed. All this is the heart of the campus at UCL. This section here tells you a little bit more about the building, and it also describes one of the main challenges the architects had to face, which was to consolidate all the levels. As it happens, the Japanese garden and the main cloister level of the Wilkins building sits about 2.5 meters further up from the Gordon Street level, whilst the Bernard Katz entrance and the Wilkins refectory entrance are about 1.5 meters below street level. So Nicholas Hare Architects built this beautiful staircase which leads from street level onto a mezzanine that directs you into the Japanese garden, straight through the cloisters, and you're in the heart of campus. Or you can go down the staircase and onto the refectory route, which leads you to the refectory and Bernard Katz building. The section also describes the building very well. You can see we have 2 basement levels and 5 stories of open plan learning above ground level. Now the side that faces the Japanese garden is more lively social study places, whilst the side facing Gordon Street is more quiet, concentrated study. And in the middle, it's all connected by a daylit atrium. These are a few visuals from Nicholas Hare Architects. The building as seen from the Japanese garden to the left, and to the right, the building seen from Gordon Street. And a few images they had from the interior. The architects pictured an open building with a lot of warm materials, timber, warm stone, bricks. They wanted to use a variety of different types of furniture to create the learning zones. And up on the 4th floor, they also created a beautiful sawtooth roof, which lets in a lot of daylight. So what were the important principles for the lighting of this building? Here on this slide, I'm going to try and explain to you the main things that we worked towards. So sustainability was a very big part of this project, which led us very early on in the design process to decide that this was going to be a task-based approach. Having lights closer to the task would allow us also the flexibility that was needed because UCL, again, as part of their brief, had said that they want the building to be future-proofed, i.e. in the future they wanted both partitions and furniture to be able to be moved. Also for us as lighting designers, it was very important to have a balance of color temperature, which balances with the color of the materials in the building, with the direction that the light is coming from, as well as balance the daylight ingress, which was plentiful. A couple of projects which were very inspirational at the time that we were doing the design were two BDP projects, the Enterprise Centre for University of East Anglia, where the lighting is very seamlessly integrated into the fabric of the building, becomes almost invisible. And as you can see from the top right picture, all the offices are lit entirely by floor standing lights, which create pools of light on the desks, and then it drops off. And throughout the whole building, light is only strictly where it's needed. For the exterior, our inspiration was the Wilkins Terrace, which is the twin space to the Japanese garden, and it sits exactly on the other side of the Wilkins building. Here, the principles for the exterior lighting were light coming from the vertical surfaces and light integrated into the changes of level and fixed furniture. This allowed us to create a very open space, not cluttered by bollards or lighting columns, but just having enough illumination for a pleasant nighttime environment. With this slide, I just wanted to share with you the myriads of ideas we were trying to connect when we were doing the design process. It was a very, very open brief, which was a challenge. This building could be everything and anything. And also, it was difficult and interesting to try and balance the demands of energy efficiency and sustainability with the demands of having flexibility of the furniture. And also, as it's effectively 7 stories of just learning spaces, we were really keen that the light should try and help create different atmospheres in different parts of the building to give students a bit of variety. And externally, as I mentioned, we really wanted to utilize the Wilkins Terrace approach with integrating light into the steps, into the planters, and then letting the building glow out like a welcoming lantern. I'm happy to say that I think we achieved our vision. From now on, I'll show you pictures of the completed project. And here you can see the building as seen from the Japanese garden. And indeed, we did all integrated lighting, a few spots in the planters, and then the building just glows out and welcomes you. This is the building as seen from Gordon Street, where the only facade illumination is just 4 narrow beam grazers to the main mullions. That's it. We kept it simple. This photograph is from the main entrance, and in many ways it epitomizes all the principles that I was trying to describe to you earlier. On one side of the building, you have all the floor-to-ceiling glaze surfaces, letting in plenty of daylight. On the other side, you see there's the solid core. So we made sure that all the solid surfaces were grazed with light, so you had the balance of plenty of vertical light on artificial light from one side, plenty of vertical light from the windows on the other, so hopefully to create a balanced environment. Also, all the uplighting is 4,000 Kelvin, nice, white, crisp, to try and complement the cool tone of the concrete, whilst all the lighting directed downwards is 3,000 Kelvin or less. This is then to complement the warm stone, the timber, all the furniture, and we also try to integrate lighting locally to the task as much as it's possible. Here you can see the feature staircase connecting Gordon Street with the mezzanine Japanese level. Here the light is on all the time as means of orientation to lead the visitor on from the street through the mezzanine level onto the Japanese garden and into the main UCL building, because this is a main thoroughfare for the whole campus. The rest of the stair during the day is completely unlit. As you can see, there's more than enough daylight, so we switched the lighting off. In the evening, we made sure that all the ceilings looking up have a consistent treatment, so that when one looks up, one just sees a lovely continuation of the atrium all the way up to the skylight. We were also lucky to have the opportunity to light a couple of beautiful art pieces. On the mezzanine level, we had a digital art piece by the duo Thompson and Craighead, which is showing all the countries that UCL students are there in the building. So a very dynamic piece. And in the main reception area, there's a beautiful resin cast of the Slade School of Art notice board by Rachel Whiteread, who is a UCL alumni herself. This photograph is probably my favorite from the whole project, as it really shows if I can say so, the boldness of the design. As you can see, there is a vast expanse of ceiling, which is entirely uncluttered by downlights or any other luminaires. It allows the material to really come through, and the corridors and circulation are entirely lit by just 2 coves onto either side of the atrium. The side closer to us is just behind the photographer, so you can't see it here. And then where there's activity, such as the bridges, the staircase, or the desks, there's localized task lights. From this picture, you can see in the evening, all the staircase handrail lighting is on, the bridges are on, the whole atrium glows, and there's more than enough spill light to cover the desks, which also are helped by the little task-integrated lights. On the side facing Gordon Street, we have the study areas, which are quiet study, a little bit more regimented. The furniture here is fixed, the big desks. So here we have coordinated the position of the rafts with the position of the desks, so that the lines of light integrated into the ceiling provide light onto the desk, and then the light levels just gently drop off beyond that. Whilst on the other side, facing the Japanese garden, where it's a bit more lively, there's soft seating, furniture is more flexible, the light is more uniform, and we've also integrated more decorative elements to liven up the atmosphere even further. And the 3rd floor, there's a student cafe, which is almost entirely lit by track and spot, again allowing the light to follow the furniture layout as it shifts. Whilst down in the basements, which are unfortunately entirely light locked, we have tried to utilize uplighting as much as possible where the ceiling height allowed it. And also, we have absolutely made sure that every vertical surface is grazed with light, so that when one looks up, the horizon line always has a bright level to look at, rather than any gloomy corners. The same approach was also utilized in the basement quiet contemplation spaces, where they were entirely lit by just a hidden cove detail on the sides, which just created a pleasant, calm space to be in, which has been utilized a lot. And the pods, which are group rooms, individual study rooms, we tried to give them a bit more character by making them quite decorative, so that every pod looks different, it's a funkier atmosphere. Also, where there is soft seating, we've tried to add a bit more decorative light, as well as I said, in the basement, they're very strict vertical light to all the surfaces to break up the spaces a little bit. And here you can see a picture of the pod. The students have moved in, and they are refusing to budge out. We were told by the client that on the day in February that the student center opened, there was a stampede of kids trying to get in, and they've stayed in. The client has reported that already the building is at 75% occupancy, which is fantastic. And here on this slide, I just wanted to share with you some comments that we got from the students. UCL themselves put up this notice board allowing students to leave comments, and I just happened to be in the building and I spotted it, and I loved it. Most of the comments were very, very positive, very heartwarming. This is just a small excerpt of some of the loveliest ones that we got. For example, somebody has written, "I've got new motivation to study now," or "I'm motivated to come back from my year out," or my personal favorite comment, "It looks like a movie uni." So it seems we have very happy students, we have a happy client at UCL, and that really made the design team very happy as well. Thank you for your attention.
For our next discussion, please welcome Sasha Abizada, WSP, to talk about My Lighting Journey in Railway Stations. Sasha.
Hi everyone. So I'm an associate lighting designer at WSP. I've been in the lighting industry almost 14 years and I've been working on rail projects for over 10 years. My presentation is all about my lighting journey in rail projects, and I'm going to be covering in the presentation about safety aspects and the lighting design. So what is rail lighting? So rail lighting is to provide illumination for passengers and train drivers to satisfy people's safety and station activities. A rail environment is classed as a high-risk area, especially on station platforms where passengers are at risk at platform edges. So there are many specific requirements for rail applications. The lighting design requires many factors to be understood using criteria to provide safer environments. These days, railway stations are becoming more like shopping centres, giving passengers more flexibility in time and comfort. So, as a designer, we should be looking at various different aspects of a station, whether it's the occupancy or the architectural, or if there's art or the landscape or wayfinding within the station. So, as in for this, we create lightings of layers of light. The layers of light can transform station environments. By using the layers of light, we can create safe and functional, but add excitement and drama. The layers of light can also create unique identity within spaces and use as focal points and orientation for passengers and station staff. By creating visual interest with depth, texture, warmth, and ambience, making sure the lighting scheme is efficient and maintainable. During the design process, we need to also consider how the station staff and consumers operate within the space and how the space is preserved to satisfy visual aspects, create spaces that are safe, functional, help passenger flow, and define important areas like the platform edges, entrances, and exits. So, what do we look at in consideration when we're looking at a station design? We need to look at the visual comfort, lighting levels, maintenance, lighting mock-ups, lighting control, passenger safety, and heritage and identity of the building. So, when considering how we a railway station should be lit, it's important to first define visual tasks and what each space is required and addressing them. A good starting point is to review current rail industry standards. The lighting standards collates all information necessary and gives the designer a set of output criteria that a designer would need to deliver. The rail industry standards provides lighting standards for infrastructure managers responsible for managing and operating stations. The document is intended as a single reference point for identification of standards and guidance documents required for planning, design, operation, maintenance, and lighting installations. It provides specific requirements for lighting and also references associated material published in the British Standards, Accessibility or Code of Practice, SIBSI, SLL, and ILP for lighting in public areas. The lighting designer is responsible for making the design decisions with agreement of the project asset engineers and managers. So, on my left, you see a calculation model that we've used, and on the right hand, you see the final product. The images you currently see are the Western Arcade at London Bridge Station. The avoidance of glare is always essential when coming to lighting railway stations, and so ideally, light sources should not be visible and the luminaire should be controlled downward with the correct light distribution specified and the correct optics. Using 3D lighting simulation models, we are able to identify early in the project stages how the luminance and luminance within the space will behave and how much light is delivered vertically and horizontally on surfaces. The 3D model also identifies potential opportunities within the space to simulate further layers of light, enhancing architectural features, vision or wayfinding tool, giving passengers a safe and pleasing journey. So on the left hand, you see the calculation model, and this is just purely just for the functional lighting. So at this present, when we were designing this space, we knew the feature lighting, we wouldn't have any control on it, so the feature lighting wouldn't be dimmable. So at that point, we would have to find out what would be the uplighters around the arches and defining the correct output. And obviously, this could be a risk as well. So it's really important to have these models so it can kind of safeguard our risk that we're not overlitting the arches or we're not highlighting them or enhancing them as they should be. And then that way we can correct the balance of the light within the space. The functional lighting is the only thing that's dimmable within the space. So we talk about maintenance of a station. Maintenance of a station is a very important aspect to be considered at the design stage. The lighting design needs to consider how luminaires should be installed and how they're accessible for the installation, and the maintenance by operatives, especially on the platform environment. Typically using portable access towers as well away from the open platform. So as you can see here, we've got a lighting boom, and this lighting boom that we've created not only combines lighting, it also combines other disciplines and services. So as you can see, we also have incorporated speakers. We've also incorporated CCTV within the lighting boom. So as an access and maintenance, what we've looked at is whether we could have a hinged lighting boom system, so a competent, someone that's not competent to handle the electrical equipment, that someone else that can only handle the CCTV, they can go and access that with having someone fully capable of using the equipment. So as we're looking at lighting design for stations, we're not only now looking at lighting, we're also looking at other services, as I was saying. So if there's an opportunity where we could combine speakers or CCTV within a lighting boom, and then at the back of it there's a cable management system, this makes the maintainability within the station more accessible, and then it's just one lift that goes up to maintain it. We have to also look at the cable management and figure out whether the cables, the radius, bending radius of the cables is not limited and it's accessible to get to the actual light fittings. And by doing this, we can bring a full coordinated design and bring in other services in with the lighting as well. So, as part of the design, it's always important to build lighting mock-ups to refine the design and provide opportunities to stakeholders for their views. The use of lighting mock-ups helps the design process and thinking, allowing the design team to see the effect of a luminaire is going to have when installed. Whether you are working on a new building, a refurbishment, or retrofitting an existing one, a mock-up is the opportunity to see the proposed fixture in action. Some mock-ups are evaluations of one light against another similar one. Other mock-ups are verifying the design concept. You can even explore and refine the design ideas in a workshop, a kind of process. The lighting mock-up needs coordination with lighting manufacturers and others, and it's crucial in time management. So as you can see here on the right-hand side, we're able to understand the texture and surfaces of the material, and where we've had to now coordinate with the speakers as well in the columns, we've identified what is the best way to uplight the column arches and actually see how it could be fixed and positioned. And at the time we were aware of the shadowing of the speaker, but we kind of saw that it wasn't too bright, the brightness levels were, so not so much. And then you could see on the other side there, the luminaire is slightly higher than the other. So we kind of went for more of a recessed linear uplighting where it would be out of the people's vision as well as they walk through the station. So over to lighting controls. So as part of, as being a lighting designer, we need to all be conscious of how much energy and consumption and carbon emissions we're producing. And at that point, we also need to think about innovative ways of how we can reduce this amount of energy. So a full lighting control system will always ensure the lighting will operate when required and balances the natural and shadowing during the daytime, allowing all the lights to be dimmed, as you can see in the images here. This will require investigating the latest LED technology and lighting control system. The lighting control system can also collect real-time information and immediately identify incidents or maintenance issues. The emergency lights are also monitored and to reduce maintenance over life of the building to save facilities teams time and money. So as you can see, during the daytime the lights are off and during the night they're on. So what we've done for the platforms at London Bridge, as part of the lighting control protocol, during the engineering hours, 1 till 4 in the morning, we know that there's no one operating using the station at that time, so we thought the levels could be possibly dimmed by 60%, but the only worries would be is that when the people are coming on to clean the stations, how the lights come on. So we've approximately installed about 15 multi-sensors on the platforms. And these multi-sensors detect daylight, movement detection, and they can detect how much light is on the platform. So this saves time for the cleaner to go to the lighting control or security people to alert them that they're going to be cleaning on the platform. So in that sense that we can save further more energy costs. Also, the sensors that we have on the platforms, so if there was someone trespassing coming onto the tracks or coming up onto the platform, the light levels will ramp up to 100%. So again, the lighting control system also can create various different layers of light and different effects. So as you can see here, we have 2 lighting elements in the image, which is a lighting column and some suspended lighting booms. And with the lighting control, then we could simulate if we were going to have RGB white LED lighting to uplight the roof and the canopy. This is achievable again through the lighting control system. Let's say if there was an event on, the whole roof can turn blue. And also, this also helps in wayfinding and the identity of the station space as well. So, passenger safety and security. So overall, the lighting in the station should not be variable. So I'm talking about the illuminance. There shouldn't be like really big patches and dark spaces designed, because the CCTV needs verification, and that's why it needs to be a nice uniform level. This also assists the security requirements that we need to achieve on a station. The type of CCTV camera also needs to have a good color rendering. So from the light source, we need to approximately have like 80 RA, 80 color rendition high. Color cameras need to be 3 times more lux levels than black and white cameras. So these are the main elements to be considered in the design. So heritage and identity as well is a big issue as well. As you can see, many railway projects are old buildings with unique architectural features, which provide opportunities for designers to use their creativity to enhance or highlight culture and heritage projects. This philosophy has influence for new buildings and designs to include and create iconic features. So this concludes my presentation, so I'd like to thank everyone for much listening.
Yeah, Dom? Just want to say thank you, everybody who's in the room and everybody who's watching online. We're going to take a break now, and we will be back at 3 p.m. So come and join us at 3 p.m. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon and welcome back for the afternoon session of Darkroom Live. Our first talk this afternoon is from Clementine Fletcher-Smith of Spears and Major on microdosing light therapy in the built environment. Over to you.
Thank you very much. We've jumped straight to the middle, to the juiciest bit of the presentation. How do we get back to the beginning of the presentation? It's a good start.
Afternoon technical hitch, be fine.
Are we good? Okay. Slight technical glitch before then. My name is Clementine. I work at Spears and Major, and my talk is about microdosing light therapy in the built environment. So I'm just 3 weeks back from a brief career interlude. I used it as an opportunity to kind of explore other worlds of light and how they might influence the way that I work. Lots of exhibitions. I'm sure you all went to the Olafur Eliasson exhibition, and reading into articles and things like that. So I saw I've read a lot of articles about the physiological impact of light. So there've been a lot of studies about seasonal affective disorder, the pineal gland, and the effect on our circadian rhythm and how that might affect us. So there have been studies about shift work and how there's a sort of increased rate of cancer in people whose circadian rhythms are really shifted. So there's been quite a lot of studies about that, and they're ongoing, incredibly interesting. But I feel like there have been a bit fewer, there's been less research into the psychological impact of light. I think we've probably all got a million photos like this of some amazing natural light phenomenon or sunset, and know how profound the effect can be of natural light on our psychological well-being. But I don't think there have been quite so many studies sort of scientifically into if electric light can have those sorts of effects. So I came across this company that offer light therapy. They have this meditation lamp, and they're trying to provide exactly that, a tool for improving well-being and psychological well-being, and sort of achieving states of calm and creativity that you might achieve through meditation. So I was curious and did a bit of research, wanted to find out more about the science behind what they were proposing. So this is just a little bit about how your brain works, and you have electrical oscillations in your brain waves, and your state of activity is determined by the frequency of these brain waves. And it's between the alpha and theta states that you have this, it's called a hypnagogic state, where you're just drifting off to sleep. You have your sort of prefrontal cortex, which has all your kind of planning and decision making, really sort of slows down, and there's much more sort of activity in your part of your brain that sort of reviews memories and thoughts and things like that. So this hypnagogic state is this stage where you're in this dreamlike state. You can have sort of hallucinations and lucid thoughts. So you're not quite so asleep that you don't remember it. You can kind of still engage with what you're thinking about, but you have this free flow of thoughts. So there are quite a few people who've been really interested in this hypnagogic state. Salvador Dali is one, and he found that he had some of his best creative inspiration in this state. So he would actively make it happen. He'd sit on a chair with a metal object in his hand, and as he drifted to sleep, he'd put a hard surface around him, and the metal object would clang to the floor and wake him. So he never quite got to sleep, and he'd remember his thoughts. So a lot of his sort of surrealism, were these interesting sort of hallucinations almost that he could lucidly engage with. And he wasn't the only person. Thomas Edison would actively try and induce it as well, and lots of other great thinkers and great creative people were very conscious that this sort of slumber state was when some of their best thoughts would come to them. Beethoven apparently would sit on the train through Vienna, and the sort of rhythmical repetition of the view and the train tracks would send him into this sort of slumber state where he would have some of his greatest thoughts, apparently. And this dissociative state, this transitional altered state of consciousness, is something that meditation looks at as well. So the people who run this light therapy lamp actually took their lamp to some Tibetan monks and got them to try this therapy, and apparently they could reach this same dissociative state, this state of mind, in minutes by looking at these lights that they could achieve through hours of meditation. So I was intrigued and thought I'd give it a go. So it looks pretty full on. But you sit in a room, you've got headphones on that are playing some fairly tribal sort of hippie beats. But what's interesting is that they do binaural beats where they've got a different frequency in each ear, and it's actually the difference between those two frequencies that relates to that brainwave oscillation they're trying to put you in. So I think it's sort of 10 hertz-ish or whatever. Obviously I wasn't fully aware of, and you've got this effectively a kind of daisy of lights with a warm light in the middle and a cool circle around them, and they're just chasing round and pulsing up and down different rhythms and intensities. And if I can skip ahead, this is kind of what I saw. So you've all seen a million screensavers of these kind of loopy, endless patterns. And it was exactly like that. My eyes were closed. All I had was white light onto my eyes, nothing touching me. I had the music, and I saw these unbelievable patterns of incredible saturated light working completely to the rhythm of the music. So that's, they talk about synesthesia, where one sense, you interpret one sense as another. So part of the idea of listening to music is to kind of switch off your brain, but it's also to kind of help sort of tie in with the motion of the lights. And how did it make me feel? It was sort of like, I guess a little bit like when you look into a flame, incredibly hypnotic, very relaxing, intriguing and kind of engaging. And afterwards I felt fizzing with energy. I felt like I'd drunk too many coffees, or anyone else who's got glasses or contact lenses, if you get a new prescription and suddenly everything's kind of a bit high definition and a bit too much. And this was from sort of half an hour of sitting with lights flashing at my eyes in a room. So it was, incredibly interesting what an intense effect it has. And they themselves say that the qualitative effects of this light is qualitatively like a psychedelic trip. So either LSD or psilocybin, which is mushrooms. A controversial thing to say, but actually it seems to be becoming less controversial. At the moment, there are a lot of studies into the effects of psychedelics on mental health. Imperial College are at the moment conducting some studies into how LSD or psychedelics can be used therapeutically, so particularly people with post-traumatic stress disorder, anorexia, depression, acute severe depression, and it's used predominantly to sort of engage with sort of deep therapy. But at the same time as this, there's also been a whole movement of people looking at not full trips of psychedelics, but microdosing psychedelics. So there's been a lot of articles, I don't know if anyone's read any, about, particularly in sort of Silicon Valley, people taking like a 20th of a typical recreational dose, I guess, or therapeutic dose, to have slight effects from it, but not to sort of make you feel fully affected by it, but just to make everything a little bit better, is how they described it, to increase focus and concentration, creativity, to help people engage better, to improve their psychological state of well-being. There were even some Guardian articles while I was on mat leave about parents microdosing because it helped them engage with their children better. They could really play with their children so well and engage with the beauty of the bubble, or Anyway, I didn't go there, but I thought it was really interesting that if the light therapy that I did was so powerful that it could induce the qualitative effects of a trip, then could we look at microdosing it in the world of work that I work in, enlightening the urban environment. I guess you could ask, do we need to? I think the fact that there's been so many studies about wellness and mental health is a result of our lives becoming increasingly hectic, busy, too much screens, just overwhelmingly a bit frantic. So what can we do as designers to help re-engage people with their environment, to be more conscious of what's going on with them, to appreciate and enjoy their environment more. So we kind of already do have moments of light therapy in our lives, but we can't have fireworks all the time everywhere, or they'd kind of lose their joy. And with every drug, if light is a drug, then we have this real risk of overdose that you give too much and we cause real trouble. So we need to use it really carefully. And this is something that we certainly look at Spears and Major, about how to get the dose right. What can you do to improve people's sense of well-being in an environment by using light? So contrast, I think, is one of the most important things. That previous slide where everything was super overlit, this is the opposite. In King's Cross, we're really striving for a darker environment, so that where you've got light, you really appreciate it. You can only appreciate the structure of the gas holders because of the darkness behind. And using light to draw focus. This is Athletes Village sculptures. The athletes all wrote on these acrylic blocks with dichroic film on them, and it's only by super simple light detail at the base, but you can see and have focus on all of the signatures on them. And again, it's in this darker landscape. That's what allows you to see it so well. We need to use colour, but carefully. There's so much colour in our environment at the moment, used badly. But it can have this profound effect. Referring back to the fireworks, it brings such joy, and people really engage with coloured light so well. But as an example, we used it here in a little slice between buildings. This was London Design Week last year, and because it's this temporary pop-up and this slice between, you can be really bold and saturated, and then it disappears. It adds this sort of sense of interest in the urban fabric. Texture, it's not just how much light you give. It's how you use it. It's the offset. It's the greys. We could have floodlit this facade, and you'd see it as a beacon from far away, but you'd lose all that texture and pattern. And it's that gives it the kind of sparkle and the joy. Movement. This is probably shouldn't have any sound because it's going to be really loud. Anyway, it's down in the Olympic Park, where we've suspended light fittings. So rather than having everything static, and then just allow the environment around it to move? Can we have light fittings that move themselves and create this sort of almost natural light sort of appreciation, where we've got these dappled light through leaves, but also dappled light through these light fittings? And surprise is something else. Sorry, this is a teeny video, but this is a facade we're working on in Hong Kong, still not yet finished, but what starts as a glass facade with a series of fins and something that's quite translucent, light has the power to kind of transform it and have this element of surprise, make it translucent, and just really engage people and draw people in. And playfulness. I think we're kind of lacking playfulness in the urban environment. There's a lot of serious spaces in the city, and can we use light to make people enjoy, make people smile a bit more? And celebration. This is, a very old project of ours down at Royal Festival Hall, but people use festoon lights for parties, weddings, celebrations, but why can't we have that, as a permanent thing? And I think since we've done this project, a lot more people are using those sorts of celebratory lights. Light can be used to encourage contemplation, whether it's an art piece with a narrative, or even just a beautiful environment where it's a calm place to sit and think. And light can be used to change your perception. It can transform perception, where we introduced a skim of water here to create this mirror-like effect, and you completely transform what you're looking at through light and material. So, I guess in summary, light has this profound impact on us and our psychological well-being. So as designers, it's our role and our responsibility to sculpt that experience for people. Thank you very much.
Our next talk this afternoon is with James Poor of JPLD on artistic light sense.
Thank you. Right, so good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Old Truman Brewery, and thank you for coming along and thank you for listening in online. My name is James Poor. I'm the Creative Director of JPLD, and today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about art and light, or light and art. As a lighting designer, the subject of light and art and light, art that is light or light that is art are all great passions of mine, and to try and cover this in 15 minutes would be an impossible task. So therefore, this afternoon, I'm going to concentrate on discussing art that, by its nature, collaborates with lighting design through necessity and by intent. So we won't look at the work of light artists as such. Instead, today, we're going to look at examples of art which stand alone in their own right, but have utilised light either to define and complete the piece or to give it a different and unexpected dimension. So first things first, who are JPLD? Well, we are an award-winning light and design practice based in Hampshire, founded by myself in 2006. We work on projects all across the globe, with 70% of our project base and workload being overseas. We've enjoyed working on a complete spectrum of projects, covering all aspects of lighting design: schools, offices, private residential, hospitality, churches, listed buildings, the list goes on, master plans, and of course, art projects, which is what I'm going to talk to you a little bit about today. So, who on earth is this bloke? Well, I'm not a lost baker on his way to record another TV episode. However, I do also cook. I've been working in the lighting industry now for 20 plus years and playing with lights and lighting for a lot longer. However, more specifically, why am I stood here talking about art and light? Well, when I first started in lighting design with the wonderful Mary Rushton Beals at LDH, one of my very first projects was working with London Underground on their ambitious art programme, originally entitled Platform for Art, which is now known as Art on the Underground. Art on the Underground programme is a scheme developed by London Underground to bring art into the public realm and build on the close links that London Underground has always had with art and design. It can range from a large-scale commission, taking over vast areas of stations, to pocket tube map or little sort of mini cover commissions. Of all their sites, probably the most well-known is the disused platform at Gloucester Road. So in those early days, back at the turn of the millennium, the pieces and installations going into Gloucester Road were of a three-dimensional nature. These were often collections of art by art forum groups, or in some cases individuals who had been commissioned. Despite having an understanding and appreciation of light and the effect it could have on their work, many artists were surprised by the dramatic changes we could bring about. We only had a basic spotlight at our disposal back then. However, by the application of different types of lights, some cases different colours of lights, to the surface using focus beams, different beam angles, spreader lenses, softening filters, and even dichroic glass, we could really help define and establish the work and create stunning and sometimes alternative contexts. There are also some artists we work with where light and its integration with their work was an intended aspect of the piece. This is evident in the work of sculptor David Begbie, whose figures and forms utilise light to create a secondary piece of art on their own. By illuminating the work with a focused beam of light onto the piece, the rendered shadow on the surface immediately behind, which some respects can be more powerful than the actual sculpture itself. Rather annoyingly for us, David has now become a bit of an expert in lighting his own work, so fair play to him. But like David, though, there's a number of other artists we work with whose understanding of light was such that they'd already considered it and in some cases integrated it to the point it was an essential element in their work. This is even more paramount when working with glass artists, where by the nature of the material, they have to embrace light and how it integrates with their work. In some respects, glass is intrinsically one of the hardest materials to light. And this is what we're going to look at this afternoon, focusing on one artist in particular. So Kirsty, who I've worked with on a number of projects now across the UK, She studied architectural glass and painting at Edinburgh College of Art and graduated in 1995 and moved to London, and she worked with a range of consultants, galleries and artists, and she's begun to sort of develop her work in a very site-specific way. So Kirsty and I were introduced about 10 years ago now, and by a mutual friend of ours who's a documentary filmmaker. Bizarrely, it wasn't until we actually started to look at our back catalogues, our portfolios, that we realised we'd actually worked together at Gloucester Road all those years ago, and she was one of the artists in residence, if you like. So here's a few examples of some of the early projects we've done. These are site-specific screens, which are very basic illumination, but quite powerful in the effects, especially once the darkness descends. We've got Bridlington Sea Change across the top there, and the lower section are Glasgow Fort. Both these examples have linear wall grazing luminaires recessed in a special detail at the base. However, we're going to focus today on two more specific projects in a bit more detail. So, first up is Kirkstall Bridge Clock Tower. Kirkstall Bridge is a new retail destination on the west of Leeds, occupying a peninsula formed by the River Aire and Mill Race. The site lies within an area of important industrial heritage, with Kirkstall Forge, Abbey Mills and the remains of Kirkstall Abbey all close to the site. The clock tower at the heart of the development, which you can see up in the top corner up there, is created as a response to the industrial history of the area. So for the piece, Kirsty took inspiration from the 1930s clock tower, which was originally dominating the site, with the clock face and mechanism made by famous local clockmakers. Kirsty integrated all these elements into the piece, along with images of the industrial artefacts and processes specific to Kirkstall, which are featured in the screen-printed glass cladding. You can see one of the early drawings there on the far side. The clock tower itself is wrapped in an image of a woolen spool reflecting the blanket making and textile filling activities carried out nearby. So we were appointed by Kirsty to develop a subtle lighting scheme which emphasised the elements described in the narrative while helping to establish the piece against a visually busy backdrop. So the design and treatment of the glass was adapted in conjunction with our lighting design. So it was modified to maximise the light transmission and diffusion, as well as to conceal the luminaires and the controls. So we added areas of heavier sandblasting, screen printing or imagery to conceal the fittings and assist in the transmission of the light where required. There's a simple scheme created using RGBW linear luminaires to achieve the internal lighting and the backlighting of the main glass with a dimmable LED sheet solution, which we put a semi-opaque diffuser behind the clock face used to backlight the two clock faces. So there's one on either side. And the whole system is programmed and controlled by a basic sort of Pharos unit in the base with a daylight sensor on the top of the tower to monitor changes in ambient. So you can clearly see on this one the aforementioned details by Kirsty and really give it the sense of place. The clock face lighting is actually tuned to the daylight ambient, so to ensure it's comfortable to view any time of day. In appreciation of the industrious energy of the site and the people who occupied it, you can see there's a slight colour change on it, and the internal glowing illumination of the tower is subtly changed to loosely reflect natural daylight cycles and therefore human-centric requirements to try and bring that human element into it. White light is warm in the morning to replicate the sun coming up, and as it goes through the day, it gradually becomes cooler, and then it becomes warmer again at the end of the day to replicate the sun setting. Every hour there's a blue or a red colour shift to define the hour mark on the clock. So next project we're going to look at is the glass tapestry at Oxford St John's. So this is a hidden corridor within the 17th century Canterbury quadrangle at St John's College, Oxford. The glass artwork was commissioned as part of the library extension centre study by the architects Wright and Wright. So the piece itself is about 15 metres long, and it details the first 200 years of the college's history from 1555 to 1755, unfolding the story through texture and light. So the mathematically accurate series of abstract documents are placed along the timeline, with each year represented by 7 centimetres, featuring key figures in the college's early history, in addition to glass-making techniques from the 16th to the 18th centuries, alongside more contemporary techniques. There is actually an oculus you can see in the image up there on the far corner, the closest corner to me, 2/3 of the way along this otherwise dark corridor, which is basically bringing daylight into the space. So that was a very important consideration in the lighting design. So as you can imagine, with a piece of this complexity, a considerable number of mock-ups, lighting tests, experiments, calculations and assessments were required. We had a number of maquettes were made because we had different glass techniques. We had sandblasting, mouth-blowing glass, all of which react to light in completely different ways. We did a full assembly of the piece in the glass workshop, and the bottom corner there, we actually modified. There's 111 luminaires in this piece. Each one has got its own lens, custom to its exact location. So we modified them all. Some are heavier frosted, some are not quite so much, some have none at all, to alter them in the way they reacted with the glass. We had to, it was a bit of a logistic, not a nightmare, challenge, but we had to site 111 individual Dali drivers and all the control equipment as well, and make it look invisible. So we did a number of lighting tests. And the bottom image there in the closest corner to me is a happy accident when Kirsty was walking into the college. We got this really amazing reflection off of one of the panels as she went in. So the piece itself, as I say, was built up from a number of layers, and we decided we'd base the design of this and work on this principle using multi-point lighting, so basically a theatrical approach. There were many challenges. As I mentioned before, we had, of course, integrate ventilation into the frame to vent the fittings. Driver locations. So we had, as I mentioned before, we had 111 drivers. The luminaires had to be able to be directional, completely directional, and they also had to be discrete and anonymous, especially given the very close viewing angles, because people could literally just walk straight up to this thing. Low heat output and reliable. This thing could not be opened on a regular basis to be maintained. We initially looked into fibre optics. However, this was not an option because of the cabinet dimensions, bend radiuses, and there was also no space to site light engines either for the fibres. So what did we do? We called on our retail experience of lighting jewellery cabinets, and we actually used very small LED luminaires, which fill up with full articulation, and we could swap the lenses over, and as you saw earlier, we could actually modify them ourselves as well. We then designed a rebate detail to set the fitting back so it was even more discreet, and then finally, to conceal it even further, we used theatrical breakup gobos, painted the same colour as the internal trim of the cabinet, so acts as effectively like a honeycomb louver, but we didn't want anything as quite literal as a honeycomb louver. We didn't want to have that rhythm, so we wanted something a bit more abstract and a bit more random. So obviously we didn't arrive at the end result by accident. Once we completed all the mock-ups, tests and arrived at a solution, extensive computer modelling then took place to prove the method in the madness. We looked at the effect of daylight from the oculus at different times of the day throughout the various seasons of the year. And finally, as the piece had designed to cover the first 200 years, the client said they wanted it to last another 200 years. It's best not to call our bluff as a lighting practice, so we actually modelled the space and the effect that daylight would have in 200 years' time, working and allowing for the Earth's shift in orbit and the sun's drop in azimuth. So we could give them the answer on that one. Thankfully, the LED manufacturer wouldn't stand by a guarantee and back that up. And here's the end result. So 111 individual luminaires, all aimed all dimmed at different levels, 120 breakup filters, because we had a couple of blank areas that we wanted to leave without light, all round for Farris controller. So, there's another image there of it. So finally, hot out of the oven, as they say. Here's one we made earlier, and this has literally just been finally commissioned. So this is one, no art, well, you could argue we're artists, but no artist was involved in the making of this. No artist was harmed in the making of this. So not restricted to galleries or public round projects, we often use art and lighting to add an extra feature element to a hospitality or retail space, or to add a sense of place. Well, at Stockholm Airport, we have done both by attempting to recreate the Aurora Borealis. The gigantic lighting installation consists of a series of undulating 4-metre-high chainmail curtains run through the entire 65-metre length of the shop. Lighting's then set to run on a show with the overall programme designed to be 11 minutes long. As the Northern Lights, some of you may well know this, but it's affected by a solar cycle that lasts approximately 11 years. So we've designed a show that lasts 11 minutes to represent the 11 years, with a fade out to nothing at the very end to represent the Northern Lights dying, and then 11 seconds of blackness to represent the 11 years when it's being reborn again. As we don't have 11 minutes, and I've probably overgone my time anyway, we've cut it down to a shorter 2-minute show. So the full 11-minute show starts off with a small amount of lighting activity, starting off subtly before ramping up in ferocity and then slowing down, ramping up even more, slowing down, then gradually ramping up to a finale before fading out again. We wanted the replication of the Aurora as accurate to the shift and speed as possible, but random enough to look natural. In order to give this random feel, the tempo of the lighting changes and varies, with some of the lighting runs intended to be very quick to build the drama, while others are slower and more ethereal. We've also purposely kept the palette of lighting colours fairly controlled so it looks more natural and not artificial and not like a lighting effect, picking out only the most recognised colours and hues from the Aurora. Obviously, from an artistic and installation perspective, it creates that all-important sense of place that we mentioned with Kirsty's work earlier on. From a commercial aspect, it's great because it creates a tourist attraction within a shop, which of course increases footfall in the store, increases dwell time. People actually just come to the store to see this, and makes them stay in the shop. Thank you very much.
So next up this afternoon, we have Neil Tompkinson from Lumen Architects talking about healthcare lighting. Over to you, Neil.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Oh, they've missed the first slide off. That's handy. I'll come to that later on. I'm going to cover 3 things today to affect healthcare lighting in terms of just general lighting. I call them fads and facts, but you can decide for yourself. That's the first slide. Question to you all is, what's the most important sense that we have as a human? Is it your hearing? Is it your taste? Is it your touch? Is it your sight? It always amazes me that we never look after our eyes, and we always try and find the cheapest solution for lighting, which can damage our eyes, and that's the one thing I want to cover today. Like that. So, covered off today, should you take my advice? Who am I? I'm just a guy that walked in off the street literally 5 minutes ago. How can lighting design affect a space? Should we use natural or artificial light? Talk about some of the key factors we use now when measuring light. It's always been the case, only the lay public have just suddenly realised it. Then talk about some actual fads and facts, LEDs, biodynamics, lighting controls, and sort of get rid of a few myths. And then come back to some key points to remember taking forward from the presentation. Who am I? Oh, he's rather handsome. I've been designing lights and lighting for over 20 years. I launched my own business 4 years ago because of my customers were saying, do it. And I specialise in residential care because of that, and my work with dementia and a few other, shall we say, brain issues. I became an SBID accredited partner and also sit on the SBID Healthcare Council. The design dilemma we're always presented with is not, I want you to design something, it is, we've got a project and it's not quite right, can you fix it? Well, they normally come back with, we don't have enough light. Well, how much light do you need? How much is more light? Typically, for the elderly, for those with dementia, Alzheimer's, and for some epilepsy, it's typically 1.5 to 2 times the normal value. So in a corridor, if it's 100 lux, we want 150 to 200 lux. When do we need the light? For some reason, we think we need it all the time. We don't. That can change throughout the day, but also change with occupancy and the level of occupancy. When does it change? Well, when there's a space transition, or we want to use the biodynamics. What people mainly forget is not everywhere has to be lit to the minimum maintained illuminance. For example, a care home design to the gold standard for Sterling says that it must be 600 lux in a living room. Actually, it needs to be 600 lux around the chair where people sit. It only needs to be 150 to 300 lux everywhere else. So task lighting to supplement that is important. So how do we achieve more light? We do make some cardinal mistakes. However, we need to consider where we are within the build. Here's a pre-build design. We actually helped design the building with this one. You'll notice there's a good window ratio. Lots of windows in this particular building. We have a really good transition from the exterior entrance into the interior. So we allow the light to bleed away rather than have a step change in flux. Everybody makes a mistake in stairwells. They think it's the biggest trip hazard. However, non-uniformly lit corridors are a bigger trip hazard to the elderly. Finally, you'll notice I've put well-being enhancement lighting. I'll come to that in a bit. So natural light. It's a bit obvious, isn't it, really? Double the window space, you get double the light. But people are quite surprised to see how much light you get through a very small window. So it is vitally important that we increase window space. As interior designers and lighting designers, we always want to make sure we use warm tones and a good colouring rendex. Now, the average rendering value of a lamp, we've already told to be more than 80. That will give us good true colour. However, with LEDs, there is a problem that you can have an RA of 90, but the red channel is as low as 8. 8 out of 100 isn't that good. And that means that all of our reds, oranges, browns and yellows all merge into one. The other thing we have a problem with is the CCT, the correlated colour temperature. People mix it up. Do they want 4,000, 3,000, 2,700? They simply don't know because they're used to buying tungsten lamps or fluorescent lights. Here's an example of 4 different CRIs at 2,700 Kelvin. You'll notice there's far more yellow visible on the left. And this is particularly important for older people as their eyes deteriorate. Now, colour contrast. There is no artificial light used in that room, but look at the difference between the two spaces just by changing the floor colour and the background colour of the paint. Now, if you remember the opening slide, one of the problems that we have with visibility is the lack of contrast. If we improve contrast, we can make reading easier. We can get a person with Alzheimer's to read things a lot more simpler. The biggest mistake we make is the mistake I've made here. The text is in black, the background's in white. If we put the background in black and the text in white, a person with dementia can read that a lot easier. In the pursuit of flux, so if we want more light, you ask the electrician, he'll run away, come back with some downlights. I think there's, I don't know, something like 30 there or something. Downlights at £20 each. He's hit the target for the price, but unfortunately there's too much glare. Now with that, what happens is, if you've got anybody with any macular degeneration, they're going to really suffer with that, of their vision. Certainly somebody with glaucoma won't be able to see, and also a person who's in their late teens, early 20s that's helping an elderly resident will get a headache by the end of the day. So product selection. This is something we get asked quite a bit. We don't want to use LEDs because they're still being developed. Or we want to use LEDs because they're the only things that work, they're efficient, they're cheap, and they don't emit heat. Well, LED lighting is here to stay, I'm glad to say. And it is efficient, it's long-lasting, it's extremely reliable, providing you spend the money on the fittings. Developments are still being made, and we're going to approach the 220 lumens per watt mark soon, off the chip, but not out of the fittings. But we've utilised white LED light for a number of years, probably 6 years, where it's actually been beneficial and worthwhile. But you do get what you pay for within reason. The biggest misnomer is all LEDs emit heat. You cannot create light without heat. The good, the bad, and the ugly of this are how you get rid of that heat. The good one takes the heat away from the fitting completely and dissipates it in a good manner and never reaches its heat saturation point. The bad ones reach heat saturation and they deteriorate the phosphors, so you get colour shift. The ugly ones deteriorate the phosphors on the LEDs themselves and also burn out the fitting. And you'll notice that by staining the ceiling and damaging the decor. The biggest thing to remember is if you're refurbishing a property, what you don't want to do is mix LED with compact fluorescent. What will happen is you'll burn out the lamp straight away. The drivers will fail. They are not as resilient as compact fluorescent ballasts. An operational design dilemma is people say, oh, I've got all the lighting in, but it's not quite right for all the purposes. Maybe we need to change the lights or add controls. Well, where do you start? It depends what light you've got in as to whether or not we can change the controls. It might need a complete redesign, it might need a complete refurb. But some people go forward for a central building management system because they've been told that's the right thing to do. However, local controls are often easier to install, a lot less to commission. The maintenance costs are actually lower than the CMS people claim, and their site adaptation is a lot easier because you can extend them very quickly. With the central building management system, yes, we can do all of that, but it costs a lot of money and time. Just be careful of that. And the FAD alert here, for God's sakes, please don't put a gateway connected system on, not onto a commercial property or a residential retirement place. The reason being is Google, Alexa, or whoever you want to call her, does not understand how to control everything. And half the automations they show you on the adverts do not actually work. Okay? We've got one particular client that decided to turn all the lights on at dusk and dawn. Alexa doesn't know when dusk and dawn is, so it doesn't work. Okay? The easiest way to control lights is to have multiple lighting circuits to create the scenes. It's very cost effective. If you want to add dimming, then you can use a control bus like Dali or 1 to 10 volt. Whatever you do not use leading edge. You will create flicker, and a lot of flicker. Some of it perceptible, some of it imperceptible. However, they all have the same effect and cause psychotic episodes in people with epilepsy. Automatic switching is very good. It's beneficial. It almost gives us a direct proportional saving on energy. However, if you've got somebody with dementia or Alzheimer's, automatic switching of lights can be quite spooky for them and can freak them out. So to avoid those episodes, we actually ask people to have an override facility for those people. In any personal spaces, allow personalisation. I'm different from you, you're different from your spouse, and so on. Everybody wants to tailor their own environment, so allow for that ability. It's quite easy by using a switch or a remote control button. Circadian rhythm, the latest buzzword. Something works, we're not quite sure what. I hear these claims all the time. It's proven to assist with biodynamic control. It's proven to be beneficial to the elderly. It's proven to help with sleep patterns and eating disorders. That's daylight. Global daylight on the left, northern hemisphere on the right. If you look at that colour temperature range, there isn't a single light fitting on the market today that does all that colour temperature range. Now, when you've got 100,000 lux outside your window, and you've got big windows, because we've told you to put big windows in, and it's flooding into your building, how is that going to be able to be overridden by the lighting you've got in the building giving you 300 lux? Okay? Be careful of the claims being made by circadian rhythm. All the evidence, and I mean all the evidence, circadian rhythm lighting works. It resets your hypothalamus and gets your biorhythms really wonderfully back to 24 hours a day. However, that is in a completely darkened space. The best thing for you is to go outside for 15 minutes every day and reset your hypothalamus naturally. The most important thing. Big issues that we do have with circadian rhythm lighting, cheaper systems, which mostly people will buy because they don't want to pay the all-expensive ones that do really work really well, they have a problem with colour shift, rendering shift. And what happens is a design that's been put into a wall or a floor suddenly disappears or can actually look like a black hole. So those with dementia think it is actually physically a hole and try stepping over it, fall over, is a trip hazard. Increased light levels produce the same effect at a fraction of the cost. There's quite a bit of research out at the moment that shows that if you increase the light flux to 2,500 lumens, 2,500 lux for an hour and a half before lunch, elderly people who have been declining in their food mechanism, in their eating, will actually increase their eating, which means that they become more nourished, they become more competent, they actually require less drugs, therefore less attention from staff. So it becomes more cost effective just by adding a bit of extra light for an hour and a half a day before lunch. That research is probably going to carry on for another 3 years before we see the full results, but early indications are it's very beneficial for a very small cost. But nothing is a substitute for natural daylight, exercise, a healthy diet, and regular sleep patterns. That is the biggest impact on the elderly sleeping in a residential home. So, key points to remember. Consider the occupants. The amount of times I've seen a sterling dementia gold standard home designed for just the residents. There are people working in that home, and if it's designed incorrectly, the younger the person, the more time they'll have off sick through headaches because of the overlighting and the glare that has been there just to set a particular lux level. More natural daylight, please. The more we can use of that, the better we'll all be, and the better our competence. And also, I've missed off that, airflow. I did a talk recently, and the biggest thing there was about oxygen intake, where we don't have enough of that. That can be actually used as part of the building control system to improve cognizance. High colour rendering. Check out your LEDs. If your LEDs aren't any good, I'm not saying they will be, but you need to check the average rendering value and try and get it above 90. That way you'll know your red channel is going to be good and you'll get a full colour consistency. Higher contrast in your designs. Stop people from falling over, missing the chairs. There's a reason why care home chairs have different colour arms to seats, to backs. That's so people with poor eyesight can actually see the difference in plane, so they don't sit on an arm or fall over it. Use low glare products. This is my biggest concern at the moment. Every time we go to a site to put it right, it's because they've put down lights in for £5. And you cannot see where you're going, not because it's underlit, but because it's overglared. And lighting controls with overrides to personalised spaces. That's important. What we're trying to do is we're trying to change people's perception to provide flexibility of use and longevity of design through using high quality sources. It doesn't have to be expensive, just high quality. Thank you for listening. Any questions?
Right, so next up this afternoon we have Heinrich Bohm of Joy Design, the importance of lighting in hotel design.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here. I'm Heinrich Böhm, partner, architect, and senior interior designer. We are Joy Design. We are an interior design studio from Hamburg, Germany. We have a partner studio in Mumbai, India. And we are specialists for hospitality design with 40 people working in our home base in Hamburg, 40 beautiful and creative girls and boys. And we are doing hospitality design, cruise ships, and at the moment very many service apartments. And we did this until now for over 35 years. And I'm here today, these are our partners, to show you a few slides on the importance of lighting in interior design. So I thought about how to approach this topic, and I would say let's take a virtual business trip to a hotel, like I'm doing currently at the moment, a 2-day trip. And what do I expect when I arrive at the hotel? What do I expect from lighting? I want to be welcomed. I want lighting to reflect the interior design. This is one of our projects, the oldest hotel in Hamburg, a very old building, historic hotel. We turned it into a Hilton hotel, and for example, regarding lighting, we took the remaining parts of the original chandeliers. These are the metal parts that you see upstairs, and built something new with it. Made new, nice chandeliers. Another project, a bit more reduced from the design of Le Méridien. Again, lighting supports interior design. It's a bit more calm and quiet. Or opened a day before yesterday, a brand new, classic, glamorous Fraser Suites. Again, lighting is part of the classic interior design. Or a modern boutique. Or even take a Moxie, take a economy hotel, more industrial style. Again, lighting has to follow the overall idea of the project. Select service, economy hotel. Even here, we thought about introducing original lights as design elements. And that's what, to our opinion, is quite important to have the first experience for guests to make a great introduction into the hotel. So I checked in, I went to my room, I left my bag at the room, and then it's early in the afternoon, then I decided to come back with my laptop. I have a bit of time, and I'm a bit hungry. There wasn't anything edible on my economy flight, and I would like to get a snack. I walk in one of those marketplaces or shops that you find frequently in select service hotels, and unfortunately some of them are quite poor. Maybe you see a refrigerator with a blue light besides a shelf with a warm light, and these pieces do not match. Here it's important. Here light has a double feature. It has a retail influence. You want to sell things, you have to highlight your products. So very important to use proper light in these areas. Now I got my sandwich and coffee. Let's say I move a bit further into the lobby and I like to check my emails. What do I find? One of those communal tables or co-working areas, what I call nowadays. Again, lighting has to follow my overall design of the hotel property, but again, a double function. It's also a bit of office influence, also a task light. It should be glare-free. It should allow me to read something, to work on my laptop, in combination with the decorative elements, living room-like shelves that you always put next to those co-working areas. Completely different scenario, a different type of hotel, again, one of those Moxies. But again, light is very important for those co-working areas to allow people work properly. This is an Indian project. They see that light is perceived quite differently throughout the world. In India, people prefer to have a little bit colder light, to have a bit brighter light that we may not feel comfortable with, but if you have 40 degrees outside, maybe you can understand. So I checked my emails. I found nothing of much importance that I have to take care of, so I have a bit spare time. I decide to go to the spa. Spa areas are traditionally one of the best playgrounds you have as a lighting designer, as an interior designer. You can do a lot of things that you won't dare in other areas. You can do very calm moods in pool areas. That's one project that we did. We were asked to do an Asian spa with appropriate lighting, a very exciting playground. And this is another one. We did a salt room for a spa. Again, a very different light mood. And don't forget the gym. Sometimes gym is treated a bit poorly because it's not a revenue-generating area, but to our opinion, gyms are quite important to receive proper light because they are important for guests' personal reviews and opinions on a hotel. So take good care of the light in gym areas. Now I spent a couple of hours in the spa and I'm quite tired. Tomorrow is a busy day. I go to my room. I enter the lift lobby, proceed through the corridors, and here we see that even corridor lighting has a high importance on the interior design of a hotel. The guest experience continues from public areas through corridors up to the room and should have a consistent appearance. Depends on your type of building, on your interior design, but corridors should not be treated, should not be taken out and planned only by electrical engineers. They should get the same lighting designer that public areas have. Then I arrive at my room. In my room, I expect to have a variety of lights. I expect mood light, I expect reading lights, task lights. It does not have to be that many lights as in this room, but avoid to have very poor lights in the room. It's quite important to have a variety of lights. It's also important to have switches and controls at proper positions. And continuing to the bathroom, if budget allows, you should have a proper light at the washstand and, if possible, an option to change the light color as many ladies prefer to make up with neutral light, and this should be given in the bathroom. So I go to bed, switch out my lights, and again, another thing, what's important, I have to be able to switch off all the lights from my bed and not search for remaining lights around the room, and that's one of the most annoying things. Had a good night. Bed was very comfortable, and woke up to a brand new day. And what we just heard, natural light is quite important. If the sun comes in, when I take away my bulky blackout curtain, the sun gets in the room, it's the start of a perfect day. I go down and like to have a nice breakfast before the day starts. Breakfast rooms can be design-wise very individual. This is some kind of a club lounge. This is more young, colorful, and bright. This is a bit of cafe style, but all we see here that lighting follows the interior design and actually lights up the area, lets you get awake, get ready for the day. And even in such nice places where you have enough daylight, additional artificial light in the back of the room is quite important. Then I start the day and go to the meeting space, and as in my breakfast room, the light should be welcoming and bright in my meeting reception space. And when I proceed into the meeting room, it's very important to have natural daylight and additional good ceiling lights. This is only used as a meeting room in this project, so we don't have any glamorous effects, but you can also combine for example, here we have 500 people space with a variety of different light sources. So you can also combine mood lights. We have a starry sky here. We have static and dynamic lights at the ceiling. And all of these are put together in a few light scenes that are easy to control by event managers. And what I skipped, more and more hotels tend to install flexible areas, flexible meeting areas within open lobby spaces. And also these areas should not be light-wise neglected, but receive a proper light so you can use them as full-service meeting spaces, even if they're part of a larger space. So a long day of meetings or conference has ended, and I decide to go for dinner with some business friends. And there we have the next spaces that for that lighting is quite important. It's restaurants, completely different than meeting spaces or anything we had before. Here it's all about atmosphere, to calm down, to get rid of the day's business, to to do something for all senses, to highlight your food, to have a nice evening, basically. This is a bit more classical. This one is also a historic building. We exchanged, we preserved the lighting, the original lighting that was in the room, and added some new chandeliers and exchanged the light sources and replaced with LED. But here you see lighting is an integral part, and then one of the most important parts of interior design. A quite simple restaurant, but an old factory, high room, simple furniture, but very good lighting, creating a very attractive mood during the evening. Again, completely different. The steakhouse, the most important part is the grill here, and all the rest is around it, and the lighting, again, follows the interior design. So next, we finished with dinner. We have a final drink at the bar. And again, thousands of different possibilities to build a bar. It can be quite noisy, it can be quite crowded, and it can also be quite relaxing and calm. And all of those areas should receive proper lighting. And mostly, you will highlight the bar counter as a central element. Or you would like to give people a proper lounge to relax and to have a drink. And here we have a very interesting playground for our work. We can use lights, not only lighting design, but design of lights. We can use lights as design elements that we see here. This is a quite normal hired place, mid-scale product, but we used original lights to emphasize the bar counter, to make this place something special. And now we had a drink, and I go back to my room. My flight goes early tomorrow, and I have to go to bed. That's it for now. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you're having a good day. For the next live presentation, I'd like to present Christopher Knowlton of 18 Degrees to talk about why we should love to learn risk. Thank you. Christopher?
So the first point about risk is I can't see my slides, so this could be a disaster. But today we're going to talk about why we should learn to love risk. My little clicker work, green one. There we go. Ta-da! So we were sold the future, I say boldly, but I love these illustrations from the 60s and 70s, the kind of futurist movement, and the idea of architecture being a representation of both the time and the society that we lived in, but also bold ideas about what we could achieve in the future. And when we look at really iconic buildings from the past, I think it's clear to see that people had bold ambitions at a time when other people weren't doing the same thing. When you look at the Empire State Building, there were relatively few buildings that were tall. It was a very new technology and people were building up. And of course, that came with some risks. These pictures beautifully demonstrate how crazy that would be to see something similar today, because it frankly looks terrifying. But it was how things were done. People were pushing forward to create something new. And that bold architectural vision of the future was realized by a number of architects, and we ended up with some really iconic pieces of sculpture architecture almost. And that kind of idea of being able to create something new and futuristic and bold is something that I absolutely fell in love with, the idea that we could create really bold, exciting architecture. And even in the relatively recent past, we had the opportunity to create pieces of work that really pushed the boundaries. No one ever thought that this building would win the competition and get built in Paris, and yet it did. It was totally revolutionary and absolutely brilliant. And unfortunately, I feel like now we live in a time where this is often what's produced. Now, this is obviously an extreme example, but there is a real sense that actually we should just go back to what's safe and what's ordinary, and that comes to my point today, which is about risk. And obviously, if you've seen a shark in the water, it's probably not a good idea to swim that day. But risk underlines everything that we do. We work in an industry which is very aware of risk, both from construction, but also in terms of planning and delivery. And so the more time I spend working, the more time I feel like we ended up discussing risk. And just a short time out on the floor here, and I said, I'm talking about risk. And the number of people that were like, yeah, it's all about good products because, I really got to manage the risk of the project. And I was like, wow, it's even become a sales tool. So to take a step back, we'll go to my childhood. Welcome. I grew up in the countryside, and I was very fortunate to grow up around a lot of farms where there was really very little light. And so I had this wonderful connection to the night sky and being able to see real stars, something which is harder and harder to do in major cities. And I kind of thought maybe I'd like to go into space. Maybe that would be kind of cool. So I had the full kind of set of toys to play with. This is me playing as a child. And that idea of inspiration being able to transcend reality, which you have as a child, is so precious that it gets eroded in most of us as we grow up. But that idea that you can achieve anything. And the moon was always a highlight of that night sky view, and that was very exciting to me. And the idea that I was born after the moon landing, so the idea that people had actually been there, this thing that was in the middle of the sky. And when that's a full moon like it was recently, you really understand how powerful that is as something when you see it outside. And so this man decided that we as a civilization should go there. There's a lot of reasons behind why he chose to do that, but we did. And arguably it was one of the most risky things that we as a species have done. We decided to send people off this planet. And I like it as an example of risk because clearly it was very dangerous to strap people on a rocket and send them into space. And yet we as the human species created this incredible thing. So this is the Saturn V rocket. So as a small child, another exciting toy in my collection was this giant rocket, the biggest and most powerful thing we'd ever built. It's also phenomenally complicated to get that amount of stuff out of the atmosphere and up into space. It took a lot of brave people, and there were absolutely risks along the way. And yet, a lot of those risks were considered, mitigated where possible, and delivered us people walking on the surface of another celestial body. That's absolutely phenomenal and is really an inspiration to how we do things. And I feel like we've come a long way back from that, which was we had the ambition to do something. And if we hadn't have had that ambition and desire and drive to do it, we would never have got this image. We would never have understood our world in the way that we understand it now. And so risk always has to be managed, and it has to be carefully assessed. But it shouldn't come at the point of eroding our ambition or excitement or inspiration to achieve something. And another good example is we get in these things. Now, I personally find flying slightly terrifying, and by slightly I mean absolutely terrifying. That's, again, a very, very complicated thing. Millions and millions of individual parts go into creating a flying airplane, and the engines alone are phenomenally complicated. When you really get into some of the documentaries and understanding how they work, you kind of wonder how on earth we've managed to make that. And they then go through extreme pressures and temperatures, and they come out and they're still working, and we can manage those things. And that's an important part of understanding why desire to achieve something should never be tempered by people saying, oh, it's dangerous. Well, yeah, it is dangerous to fly. It was dangerous or more dangerous previously. It's got better, and we've got better at it. And I think that that's an important part of the construction industry, which is fundamentally going into a high place and building something new is difficult. And the difference with architecture to traditional product design or manufacturing is that companies like Rolls-Royce have had the opportunity to prototype extensively, test extensively before they've brought the product to market. And once they have brought the product to market, they then get lots of data about how it's used and other things, and they continually refine and improve the product. In architecture, we rarely have that opportunity. We have to create something that is totally bespoke, and it has to be right the first time. That's a fundamentally different challenge. And I think that that's probably one of the things that breeds this kind of culture, which I think in the last 15, 20 years has become really onerous, which is we must do everything, but it must be at the least possible risk. I'm saying risk a lot. So in lighting terms, one of the ways that we sort of help try and manage risk is we use codes. Now, codes for me are a really interesting word. I hate them because they often get bandied around as some kind of tool to subdue you and your ideas. But a lot of good work goes into creating these. It's based on very good research. I don't deny any of those things. But I also think that if you're code compliant, it doesn't mean that it's fantastic. And good is not the same as great. So as an example, we could look at this beautiful sunset. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. But because we're not really sure that we could recreate something like that, and it might be a bit risky to do so, we could reduce the risk and just average it out, and we'd end up with this, which is clearly not as pretty and not as nice. So that process of averaging we've seen in many places. I'll go back into the archive to pick up this beautiful workplace image. Uniformity galore in both the lighting and the way that the people are dressed. But it's a good illustration that actually when you create something that is permanent, but you've never seen it before, it's easy to retreat to the safe place of creating something which is average, is okay, it's compliant. That's not very exciting, is it? We would never get to launching a man into space if we really thought that everything should just be done, okay, it's just about okay, it's just about good. I mean, that picture alone blows my mind. That person is like floating above our planet. And so as designers, I often feel like we are in a position where we can be intimidated or feel scared about getting things wrong. Now, wrong is a great word because it doesn't really mean anything. I took these are a couple of pictures which illustrate that that's probably not well designed. but it's also not wrong. It's quite beautiful, even though it's probably not that great in terms of if you try to measure it to code. And sometimes the haphazard can be beautiful. So if we have this framework which says, go outside today and I will guarantee you will see awful lighting. So if you start at that position, you can only be better. And we should use that to free ourselves rather than being confined by, oh, but this is what the code says, or we have to do this. We should be free. And we as professionals, as lighting design professionals, are the only people really who can challenge it. We are the people who understand that the code may not necessarily apply to us or in a particular instance. This is a good example because here there's no light on the floor there. So if I were to do a calculation of this space, it would probably be non-compliant. Does that mean it's not safe to move around? No, there's nothing really in the way. You can see the furniture, I can still see the floor. But the vertical surfaces are really well illuminated. I can really understand the envelope of the space. I can see what's going on. So in that instance, defying the code was fine. And again, doing kind of custom details for steps doesn't necessarily have to be exactly as per what's set out. The code guidance is to create competence. Doesn't mean that it can't be demonstrated in another way. And I think that we have a culture that has started to and continues to breed this sort of risk aversion. And I think that we as lighting designers have an opportunity to kind of rebel against that and say, actually, you know what, we understand fundamentally how we see and how we want to navigate the world around us. And that doesn't mean that we necessarily have to follow every rule. We can be rule breakers, and that's about loving risk. And risk is scary. If you own a business, and it's your liability and responsibility to make sure that the project is done well, that can be a scary thing, but I would urge everyone to engage in that process. Because if we don't engage in that process, we'll never achieve anything more. And I feel like research and guidance are really good. They've got us to a good place where we're not creating things that are really poor. But in the example that I gave, reducing everything to averages is also going to lead us down a path that's not so great. So I would encourage everyone to take as many risks as possible. That sounds terribly irresponsible, but it's not meant to be. Obviously, we don't want to hurt anyone. But actually, if the risk is well managed and well considered, then we can create great things. Thank you. Two minutes, 25 spare.
Hi, thank you again for attending. May I introduce Paulina Villalobos from Diaz, who will talk about the value of the night and the poetry of darkness. Thank you.
So thank you. I will start. I would like to share some thoughts about darkness, because I've been involved with that since I planned Noche Zero thing, and I think the first talk I did was 10 years ago, exactly 10 years ago in Milan, and it was thinking about a new way to think the nights. So the first thing is about to get the value of the night, and this starts exactly when the first international meeting of Noche Zero started in 2012. And the idea was to gather people from all over the world in a place where is the best place to see the stars. Because the way that the lighting for the outdoor of all our cities is doing is missing a lot of things, missing our heritage on the stars and missing some like the stars as a astronomical thing, but also is missing the possibility to do design on it. So together with fantastic people, including the Light Collective, we did the first meeting and we give some conclusions, including science, heritage, and design. And there was the best people we could find in astronomy, in human health, because the absence of the night has an impact on health, on the ecology, and also in design and culture. So the way of the conclusions for the Noche Zero thing was that we have to change the paradigm of designing our nights for our cities, because it's totally wrong, and it has to be an holistic approach, including design, science, and heritage. Since 2012, I've been doing this talk on Noche Zero because we plan a manifesto that includes education, and I think last Friday I made my 30 talk in every. I've been done this in 3 countries, and 3 continents and a lot of countries. That the way to think about the nights, it should involve all this and also a global education. So with this view that an holistic approach to improve our city lights, we make some, this is an image of Santiago, and it should be without, if the light should be without light pollution, and we're taking care of our nights. This is an image of a correct night. It's astronomically correct, and how should be our night to recover our stars as a heritage. But the message, when we talk about the value of the night or the darkness, it have to involve the possibilities of good lighting for making the people to understand, the people the people who make the decisions. So these are some examples from my office. That this is a park, and how this is the approach of the lights. If the light loses the intensity according to the distance, we should have to think new ways to lit the things. So avoiding glare, using low levels for lighting, we could contemplate, and also make some poetic things so that the light can be designed. And one thing is that after the education and after talking about these all the bad things that are related to losing our night, is that we have to involve the regulations. And now that I'm involved in changing the regulations has a pervert side, because it promotes somehow homogeneity of a permanent state of the bright, worst light. And it promotes something that is easy to measure, and it deletes shadows and the poetry of lighting. So these are some other examples that that light could involve motion and the sequence, because this was the colors of a sunset lit in this facade in a sequence of 2 minutes, and it makes more alive. And also it used that was a plaza in Artekin Museum, that it makes the darkness so important, because darkness is the canvas of our work to make these playful things, and it is not so scared. People is not scared of darkness because the light works fantastic with these emotions and colors and changing light. So then, after this, it comes some conclusions about the poetry of darkness, because I had the chance. I want to explore more the darkness in another way, in a stage lighting, which I have totally. I have never done that before. So involving art and stage lighting, that was my first project I did with an artist, and I brought all the possibilities that light has, that includes that includes motion and color and intensity, and that is far away from have this even or still light. We can involve a lot of things when also make darkness our best friend. This is called the perfect sunset, and it's changing very slowly the colors to make the different sensation of different sunsets in different latitudes. So normally I do a program of 2 minutes, a sequence of changing color, because once a museum, the people from a museum said the people don't stare more than 2 minutes every window. But in this I made 7 minutes, and in total darkness, the people has another kind of feeling and could stare 30 minutes, even 40 minutes, just a very slow changes of color that it's changed. So that was the construction of the thing. For the DMX that wants to know how it was done, it was 9 meters long and a little bit more, 2 meters high. And the people just stare in silence, and it became another mood. This was an experiment that was very, I was very lucky to do it, because with a choreographer, she asked me to just try lights. So the only one condition that it has, we need total darkness. So I start to play with laser and reflections. I made myself like a couple of gloves with laser, like Edward Scissorhands, but with lights in one side and lasers in the other, with reflective things. And it was in like the Royal Opera House, but from Chile. I was super nervous for that presentation, because I was on stage doing that. And the camera couldn't take anything, because it was too dark for the camera. They were used for more light, but the eye could perceive everything, and the sensation for the people were different. So the Betania, which is the dancer and the choreographer, she danced, she died. I took like the soul from her body. So these are the only pictures I've got from that thing, but it was a very fantastic sensation to use the darkness as our canvas. And this is, it's okay. This is a, you hear me? It's okay? Yeah. So this was also an experiment. I was invited to be part of that, of this creation. It's called The Bodies Are Celestial somehow. And it worked with light, was a main actor. So I did the storyboard in the light, and the dancers play together with that. So one very interesting thing is that in total darkness, that was the most complex thing to get in the theater. People, when you know that you're safe, it's a connection that you lose your limits, and somehow it gets connected with everything. And with the little light that start to show up, you see things in the distance. And this is the dimming up is a very poetic moment. So we play with very low levels of light. That was that was what I wanted to explore. And reflections and color and motion, that we can use the whole palette of our lighting language to make this. That was one of the protagonists of and the reflections. And this was a light installation in the middle of the play, and this short film shows some dancers came spontaneously. We were filming; they didn't know that we were filming. And the thing is that one of the things I discovered that is that the darkness is the best friend of lighting creation. Is the best canvas for us to put all our tools and palettes. It's not just light that can be measured. There are all other things that we can explore with emotion, color, and when light is really connected with art and design, we can make a creative experience that we can use all our resources, time, motion, and sequence, the intensity, and also connects the value of these colors and connect with emotion to make this a poetry of light. So thank you.
Hi, please welcome all the way from sunny Manchester. It's going to be Kim Riley and Kenny Cliff from Light for Cundle, and they'd like to speak about the death of the eraser. Thank you.
Hello everyone. So we are living in a digital future. Are we living at the time of the death of the eraser? This is our UK team for Condor Light 4. I'm Kenny, this is Kim.
First and foremost, we are not engineers. We are creative thinkers. There's always reasoning behind everything we design and produce. Design and engineering often go hand in hand. Engineers primarily take an analytical approach, whereas designers primarily take a creative approach.
So what are the benefits of creatives using digital engineering software to enhance their designs? We began by assessing our own traditional process in order to acknowledge key design areas where digital design could aid us. This was for our Vivid project, a light installation in Australia. Like Vivid, we begin all of our projects in the same way. Several of us gathered around a table, talking and sketching. The more people, the better to challenge a natural flow of idea generation and be able to challenge ideas. This will always lead to a narrative which we come back to time and time again.
Inevitably, we sketch as we talk, and quite often the final design can't be seen on the initial sketching. But this does help us to eliminate what is not the way forward, as well as highlight the way forward. This process is all about finding the key images, albeit they will never be a perfect picture, as they will not be precisely the client's space or solution. These are purely precedent images. As a whole, idea generation usually takes around a day, and this process will never change, as this leads us to the design concept.
Ooh. The next stage is the optioneering process. Bending and stretching that narrative, using imagery for inspiration and checking what will and won't work within that space.
So the options you are seeing on screen shows different designs for bespoke luminaires for Project Sainsbury's. Project Sainsbury's was a digital hub located in a basement with limited access to daylight. For one element in the project, we used the traditional optioneering of hand sketching to design a number of suspended office luminaires. Designing by hand uses the trial and error approach, and generally the eraser gets well used. This is commonly the longest process and takes a few days. Renders are then produced, placing the selected option into the client's space ahead of presenting the process and final option. You can often find yourself sent back to the optioneering point at this stage, where the method is then repeated.
This was the final installation of the staircase pendant for Project Sainsbury's, staying true to that original narrative. This was another one of the options that were used in a different area.
So the question is, how can digital design reduce the amount of hours spent on the optioneering process? And perhaps we think about how else digital design can help us aid the creative process.
This is where it gets a bit more interesting. We took Project Sainsbury's to determine our hours spent optioneering digitally in comparison to optioneering in the traditional way, which takes a few days. We took the original geometry, creating and developing patterns, shapes, and positions with an infinite number of options, sticking to that original narrative with the ability to progress the design even further. Through this, we discovered that it was a great tool with the ability to with the flexibility of options, with the ability to refine and tailor the final solution to give a better outcome.
So the script was written within only a few hours, where infinite options within the defined parameters can be demonstrated and extracted.
So our team branches all over the world, so collaboration and communication are key. Having a digital design that can be demonstrated by others within our team. With this in mind, we opted to introduce digital optioneering to a live project collaborating with our team in Australia.
Moon to Street is a project based in Adelaide. The approach touches on Asian trade, which makes you think of food, spices and vibrant colours. Moon to Street was the ideal project to trial the optioneering process, with the design consisting of a large number of suspended envelopes and luminaires distributed across a long street. It became evident that there could be endless options for their positioning. Ideas were still generated by hand, but options were then presented digitally.
This digital process is the same as it was for Sainsbury's. It involves writing a grasshopper script such that we can test the scale of options, quantity of luminaires, objects, relevant positions of those objects, density, colour, and so forth. The biggest difference is rather than 12 fixed ideas, as you would get with hand sketching, we have an infinite number of options that can be viewed in real time. For this project, we got down to the final 2. This presentation was done directly to the client, ultimately leading us to win the project. The outcome is the same as the traditional process. A render is produced to visualize the concept. This is what the client normally sees. However, through the digital process on this project, the client was able to be involved in the optioneering process. This ultimately gives them a more refined design and also eliminates the second optioneering process. Following the success of digital optioneering on Moon to Street, we questioned how else digital scripting could help us creatively, which leads us on to our roller coaster project.
We became involved in a roller coaster project where we challenged the norm. Our aim was to illuminate the track by mounting luminaires onto the spine of the roller coaster. This will create an even and consistent lighting effect, which we opted for as part of our brief. Due to the cylindrical shape of the track, angling the fittings would have been really tricky, and trying to implement this into a lighting calculation software would have been very difficult. Also, with the track being 750 metres in length, it quickly became apparent that this would be a hugely time-consuming process. So we needed to determine the luminaire quantity, the mounting position, and the visual impact of what we were trying to achieve. So we opted for a digital implementation. So a script was written to position the luminaires at every upstand along the track. We needed this to angle them precisely so that it was created that even and consistent lighting effect that we were looking for. So this script provided us with that, and it met our original brief. In addition, the luminaire quantity was also extracted very easily, and this process that would have taken us a few weeks took only a couple of hours. The results provide a far greater and more refined solution than it would do if it was done by manually. On the back of this, the Revit team extracted this information and inputted this directly into their model, and this saved huge amounts of time.
Since this was produced, both the model and track have been updated. The script allows us to automatically reposition the luminaires along the new track to suit the new model. So, we knew the outcome we wanted, so we tailored a script to do exactly what we wanted. The outcome far exceeded what we could have done manually, while also being far more efficient.
So to summarise, first and foremost, digital optioneering provides the client with infinite options which can be changed and manipulated in front of them. They tend to then become more involved in the design process, which in turn eliminates that second optioneering process. The time saving becomes secondary, albeit very beneficial. This allows the design team to utilise this on another aspect of the project. On the other hand, digital implementation is used to primarily save time for all the design team. The results far exceed what we could produce manually, and this in turn makes this a good solution. Should something seem a hugely time-consuming task, perhaps we think about, can I implement this digitally?
Great design is born of ideas generated by people, tested with analysis and evidence with data. Let's be sure to remember this is a creative process to give better outcomes for our clients.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for your attention. It's the last talk of the day, and it's Richard Cuthbert from GDS, We'll be talking about adding value with light, the Inspiring Spaces Handbook. Thank you.
Welcome. 15 minutes to add value with light to your space. Okay, my name's Richard from GDS. I'm the Managing Director. Let's get going. The Olympic Stadium was completely transformed during the London 2012 Olympics using a multitude of technology, from fireworks to complicated sound systems. But it was the lighting and projection, along with the video screen across every seat, that created a truly magical scene. I think it's fair to say that the lighting added value to the stadium. We see a different stream of setting permanent installations using lighting, and we need to think about how we do that without increasing the budget. When GDS created the London skyline during those Olympics, it was a feat just in sheer logistics of moving set around. Okay, I've got lost, so I'm going to move on. So before GDS was created, going back to an early age, I was fascinated with the ability of light to change the look and feel of a space. I then spent 20 years working in lighting technology to do exactly that, albeit on a temporary basis. Creating the London skyline with the lighting team at GDS was a fantastic achievement over a 12-week period. It allowed me to think about how I can add value to spaces using lighting. It's interesting, events and shows are normally geared around lighting sets and people that portray life, such as buildings and environments. So it should make sense we can consider the concepts in adding value to permanent installations. Like the great creators of our time, perhaps we can use the design concept of knowledge transfer, bringing ideas and inspiration from one field to the next, from the magic of the show environment to the internal spaces of our buildings and beyond. We can cleverly add value for the user and bring new dimensions to the look of the space. Of course, we have already successfully achieved this by considering how we change color temperature of our lighting, consequently changing the spectral power distribution by nature of the different frequencies within that spectrum. It seems the external lighting sector moves a little bit like the entertainment one, hence the coined phrase of architainment. During the day, the buildings are lit using natural light, so only considered how to light the buildings in show mode at night. It's here that we spot an interesting opportunity in reviewing the existing entertainment and architectural areas, how we can bring value into the architectural lighting products. It's clear the technology advances in lighting and control have been driven by the need to entertain continuously. What historically prevented us thinking about bringing this lighting design ethos into spaces that we control? Discharge lighting was not dimmable, it was bright, full of glare, fixed color, and frankly not suitable for more refined spaces, especially where people have to spend large amounts of their day underneath this lighting. Before we saw discharge lighting with limiting and sometimes damaging spectrums, now we have to consider also they were wasting light and heat energy as well, often with very peaky spectrums and uneven distribution. It's not just the LED change from tungsten that has allowed this technology to be considered for inside spaces. The development of solid polymer optics has refined the beams, reduced the glare, and increased the consistency of field distribution. Accurate dimming control has led to the stepless absolute zero fading and smooth transitions of color changing. The ability to change and configure the way we dim our LEDs has eliminated irritable switching frequencies and health concerns. Spectral LED developments mean we can create pretty close to real-world lighting by using violet phosphors producing the remarkably close spectrums to daylight. We avoid exposure to specific frequency peaks and enable true natural light from our solid-state devices for the first time. This then means we can consider light fittings that perform two functions. First, of rich saturated white light, following color and atmosphere into the space when needed. This color can be achieved using solid-state LED lighting, bringing a mix of emotions and feelings into this picture. Solid-state diode arrays now create better pastel colors than ever before, allowing these more subtle tones to be used with our people in our spaces. The development in different specific color LED emitters now mean we can mix colors in a much better way than before. It started with just RGB, but this was really limited, and although we see a white light, in effect we have a very crude, limited spectrum, only useful for basic feature lighting. To successfully bring color into buildings with people to create a comfortable atmosphere, we need to add additional colors such as RGBA, RGBW, and now even with the emergence of 7 and 9 color matching systems. Just specifying RGB is no longer good enough for our human-centric spaces. The user can start to be involved in the atmosphere and feel the space as opposed to just accepting the space once commissioned. They can become a stakeholder in lighting the space through control. For instance, moving lights, which were never considered a viable install option in environment architecture, are now starting to see their way from clubs and event spaces into this new architectural space. The functions of moving lights enable many jobs to be done, bringing value to the space without adding further fixtures. They can reside in normal conditions, providing functional working light, transforming the space when the feel needs to change. The cruise ship lighting industry is pioneering this hybrid approach, and we see normal public environments now deploying multifunction lighting, such as solid-state moving lights in public spaces, providing this dual function very effectively. And this is a shot of the NCL Epic atrium. The use of projection and gobos has widely been used in event and theatrical applications for decades. The use in architectural lighting has come to some extent limited to advertising and crude design applications. With the advent of LED sources, heat from the light beam is considerably reduced, enabling very high resolution projections and patterns that will not fade over operational lifetime of the product. This allows projection to be considered for installation and brings a whole new dimension to creating lighting design. It also can be easily changed, adding value to the spaces for events and the stakeholders. Projection mapping technology now enables very clever use of light to highlight only certain parts of structures, creating wonderful new looks that haven't been possible before. This emerging technology will start to find its way into permanent lighting installations of the future, although it's only just beginning now. Solid-state video production and point sources are starting to be used in permanent installations with the ability to use video projection as a light source, combining multiple color and patterns. Another technology historically only available to the short-term event industry. The challenge of bringing these extra lighting functions into the space is how they are controlled. For years, people have been using real-time show control systems, such as DMX and ArtNet, a network control protocol, but these control protocols remain relatively unknown in the architectural sector, and people are somewhat naturally wary of them. However, we need to start taking the control aspects of the projects more seriously than ever before. The control system is now becoming the most important component to unlock the creative capabilities of the project and allowing the stakeholders to use and create their own intentions. Further, with the progression of technology, the ability for the user to program and change the feel of the space is now possible as solid-state lighting becomes more integrated into our control platforms. In both architecture and entertainment, lighting is about creating experiences, and lighting control is how we deliver those experiences. We have already seen theatrical-style lighting philosophies being brought into domestic environments with the products such as Philips' Hue range. The challenge for us is how we can scale up this technology into larger installations. It's not just about using theatrical lighting principles in our lighting design. There are other emerging principles that can add value for the building stakeholders. With the development of LED systems, we can consider splitting the components up, leaving the reliable LED emitters where they need to be and moving the parts that are liable to failure into more serviceable locations. When we do this, we can make the system much more reliable, use less power supplies, increase reliability, create a safer environment and save maintenance costs, reducing risk and adding value. On top of these benefits, the maintenance team can monitor the entire system and be notified of any faults as they occur. By installing a lighting scheme that can be dynamic and change the look and feel of the space, you create an environment that can expand and have other uses. Clever use of the control systems mean that you can get more out of your installed lighting. Turning the gym into an exam hall or a presentation theatre and then an evening event, all with the same fittings. The more we connect and integrate our lighting products, we bring more complex lighting schemes together and we bring in more colour. It's the colour that makes everybody happier and invokes emotions. The use of colour in theatrical settings enhances and saturates the space, and this can be achieved with our architectural projects in the same way for people and structures. Some text. So summing up, technology has now allowed us to bring theatrical elements into our commercial lighting design. By doing this, we create value for the space in the context of being multi-use. We enable a wider scope. By using control systems more suited to these exciting lighting technologies, we bring users into lighting design, empowering them, creating value for the stakeholders in the context of ownership. Basically, they become inspired. Then, by considering how we improve the long-term serviceability of lighting installation by moving components to more useful areas than, for example, difficult-to-reach ceiling spaces, we create value for the service teams in the context of maintenance. And finally, using knowledge transfer, bringing magic from theatre into permanent installations, we create emotional value for the visitors of the space. They become enlightened. So thank you today for your time. I hope you found some of the GDS insights useful. I've been Richard Cuthbert from GDS. Thank you. And sorry about the wobbly start.